to everyone. Oh my goodness. Last night was an incredibly fun stream, and thank you to everybody who hung out with me into the new year. People such as, but not limited to, Kat Leo and Megan McCarthy, who I have imprisoned in my web of deception and forced them to be here yet again today. Or so it is. All right. Today, I'm going to be a wee bit more militant on the time and space continuum than I was yesterday, because I was much more excited about not being in 2020 anymore. And just because I want an excuse to play it one last time before I go make it go away. For anybody who wasn't here last night, can I just say, I'm going to miss not having a bumper to play every hour on the hour. Like, I kind of got used to that, got into the groove with it last night, and it's going to feel a little bit weird today. It's like, oh, every hour. Bing, bing, hit the thing.
Oh, CP is here.
Alrighty. So, my goodness. Maggie, escape. We'll make you a tunnel. We will make you a tunnel. We will find you a way out. Oh my goodness. I have to say, my 2020 is trying to cling on as well. I had a calls with the family today, which have done terrible and disastrous things to my psychological state, as they almost invariably do. So no, that's the thing. I like to leave. Nope. So just to like completely change my routine, I have lemon chiffon tea today.
What's your shirt? I just noticed it.
Oh, this is my this is one of my faves. It's Golden Girls doing the Bohemian Rhapsody.
That's funny. I like it.
It's my queens. And I love that you can just see Miss Spornak just glowering a little bit over the bottom of the screen there. Just and yeah, I love my Golden Girls. And yeah, when I saw this, I was just like, yoink. Like, whoop, that'll fit me too. Yoink. What are you grumpy about? Oh, really? You want to tell everybody about it? Did I get too excited and wake you up? Sorry, Doggy decided to be very vocal for a second. It's been one of them days. Hello, CB. You have switched things around again in your story. Reminds me of me. Like, that's the thing, what I do. Hello, Devin. How are you doing today? See, spoke to my mother twice today. Yeah, I love this shirt. I really do. Like, I don't wear it very much because I don't want it to like fall apart, but I just pulled open the thing that I've got all my shirts in, and I just went, I need some Golden Girls in my life right now, because like spirit animals and life goals, like right here. Yes, all of that, please. Hello, Laura. How are you doing today? Hope all is well. Yo, Mr. P, how are you doing? Happy New Year, Eva. And hopefully it will be a happy new year. I'm hoping the cards aren't lying, because last night, good cards. Today, when I wanted clarification, got two of the same cards and a third one, which was even better, that built up on everything else. So this hopefully is a sign of good things to come, because I think we all need good things to come. If you want to know what the cards are, I put them in the general chat over on Discord for anybody who's interested. Laura says, working on my D&D character and campaign for tomorrow, and my family. With my family, I'm designing everyone's character because they don't have time. See, in my world, I would do that because they don't know what they're doing and they just make characters that want to just cause all kinds of panic and problem. And like, if you've never run a D&D game, there's a wonderful video by Step Back History about the satanic abuse panic and how the parents went after D&D in particular on his channel. That's in the guise of him running a tabletop game, a game of D&D.
Mm-hmm.
And it is so relatable because every time he's like just about to get into the plot, the characters, the players, the beloved players, do something to throw him off and make him have to do something completely different because that's what players are there for. You plan and you plan and you plan, and they just come in like a wrecking ball and just smash it all down. Which makes you wonder why you planned in the first place. But you do it anyway. Ooh. I love Lord of the Rings. Kind of a little too much. But
Is there such a thing?
if you can read those books and not like fall in love with Gimli, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like, Gimli, my sweet Gimli. If only the movie Gimli was like a quarter as good as the book Gimli. This movie Gimli, we have issues.
I was always obsessed with the Ents. Those are my favorite characters.
The Ents are fascinating.
I'm just so upset about the Entwives. I can't get over it. I'll never get over it.
I like to think that they're wherever the blue mages are. That they and the blue mages ran off and will one day maybe return because he never wrote the Fourth Age book, so we don't know. Though he did make outlines for the Fourth Age books, and Christopher Tolkien, his son, did publish them. So if you want to know what would have happened after Lord of the Rings, that does exist. We have his actual outline for what would have been the next, basically, trilogy in the series. But he decided not to write it because he didn't want to take away from the victory. And having something else bad happen canonically in setting would, he felt would cheapen the story. So he chose not to write it.
Boo.
We actually have it, and it's really interesting. It involves a death cult and all kinds of stuff. It's really interesting stuff. Let's see. Maggie says, ready to start writing again. Me too. Eva said, I started a series prologue of sorts to lay down the plot that spans the series. That's interesting. You're working on and hope to get another few hundred words on it. Well, that's cool. I have to say, one of the most interesting sci-fi series that everybody knows, but they don't know it because if you've watched Star Wars, Star Trek, or pretty much any space opera that came out after the 1940s, you've basically read a copy of Lensman, but he was tired of people not understanding like the scope of his story. So he wrote a book called Triplanetary that is 10,000 years of galactic history.
Oh, wow.
So that you can see where all the events of the series fall in line and all the stuff. And it's brilliant book. CB says, I have 2 Golden Girls shirts, a dark green one that has Sophia on it that says, picture it, Sicily, 1922. That's awesome. Which is from Amazon. And another one that your mother got for you that is pale green, then has all 4 on it.
Nice.
The pale green one you think is from Walmart. I love the Golden Girls so much. And even though they do get some like shout outs from time to time, it's never enough. It's never enough.
They deserve all the shout outs.
All the shout outs. Like, forget your Hogwarts house. Which Golden Girl are you? Like, that's what I really need to know. Like, which Golden Girl are you? As Kat suddenly began probing the depths of her soul.
I think I might be a Sophia.
That's fitting. I will second that. That's actually the first thought that came to my mind when you made the face. I was like, she's doubting whether or not she's a Sophia. I wish I could have said it out loud now.
I'm a Sophia. I accept this.
Ooh, your brother is an Urukai. Ooh, on a team of elves? A wizard, a dwarf, ooh, and a Dunedin. That's interesting. Would love to know the backstory of how they all got together. Never played D&D? That's yes, the cartoon is amazing. I actually have. If anybody would like to do like a one shot, I bought the collector's edition of the cartoon when it came out, and it actually had all the playable characters from the TV show written up.
Oh
In it.
wow.
So it actually has the full character sheets for like everything that happened in the show. It's the full guide, so you can actually play the show. So we can maybe do that at some point. Hello, Lauren. How are you doing? Let's see. You helped Nicole out. More poetry books. Started outlining a new fantasy adventure series. Awesome.
Nice.
I really want to be doing more poetry, and now I have an excuse to do it. Let's see. Also, never played, but see, I feel like I'm going to have to fix this. Are we going to have to start having a D&D night in the Discord?
I have never played D&D either.
I played it
The one episode I've done for the Vampire the Masquerade is the only version of a role-playing game that was not like a video game that I've ever played.
Okay, so I may be starting an Ozric night in the on the Discord, and I would choose Ozric because one, it is D&D, but it's free. It's a community built one that all the books are free, so nobody would have to buy anything, and everybody could have everything. And sit down and do that, because that might have to be a thing, because I love me some D&D. Ooh, Bed of Roses has grown legs and become a trilogy. That's awesome.
Nice.
Maggie says, I loved D&D in high school and some college, but was better player than my husband, so he forbid me from playing with his friends. Oh, that's some shady right there.
Rude.
There's a reason he's no longer the current husband.
See, I can't play poker because I have weird mental problems, and I read the Damnation game while I was on a bender. And let's just say that the whole thing is about somebody accidentally playing a game of poker with somebody he shouldn't have and ruining his life. And I can't, like, I get cold sweats. I cannot play poker. I will start shaking. I will have a full-fledged anxiety attack. It's not cute. Let's see. I think I skipped this one. Let's see. Laura says New Year's resolution is a no buy year. No art supplies, journal supplies, clothes, or books this year.
Oh my goodness, going without books. At least there's a library.
More savings.
Question. What if you run out of something that you truly do need?
Yeah. Because I understand like a moratorium. Like, but if you...
And for a whole year, that's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
How fast I go through journals. So that would be hard. I would have to stock up first, which defeats the whole purpose of saving money. Let's see. Lauren says, yep, Nicole published a poetry collection on December 21st called Shadow Abyss. I am definitely going to have to check that out. That is awesome. So naturally, I had to call the other two parts after Bon Jovi songs. Well, of course. I'm very much a Dorothy. I can see that. I have often called myself a Dorothy, but since if I say that, Sandy will somehow pick it up in the vibrations that are the universe and show up at my house and beat me up. So I'm supposed to say that I am the Rose, which she's not wrong. she's not wrong. I have way too many St. Olaf stories. Yeah, she's not wrong. But I am the big gay Betty White. Totally a Sophia.
I have no idea who I am. I've never seen the Golden Girls.
So-
Do you have Hulu?
yeah, I was about to say it's streaming on Hulu.
Oh, okay. I might have to watch it then.
The last couple
Please.
seasons are rough because they put a lot on Estelle Getty to carry the show. She played Sophia, and she started exhibiting symptoms of Alzheimer's in the 5th season,
Oh
but
no.
didn't tell anyone. And so the show gets a little sketchy as it goes on because you can kind of tell she's struggling with
Mm.
her lines. And don't watch the sequel series.
The one
Okay.
where they have the hotel.
Yeah, Golden Palace, which is the sequel series that they did, where the three of them
Yeah,
decide.
Dorothy's not there.
Yeah.
That's just weird. I mean, I'm willing to watch it just cause.
It's
But-
a weird show. Okay, y'all are chatty again. It's about time to get started on the first sprint, though. So I'm going to go through this really quickly. It is very funny. Let's see. The current husband loves game night, but won't play Scrabble. Well, my husband will not play Scrabble with me, and my sister's husband has banned me from any trivia game when he's playing.
I'm surprisingly terrible at Scrabble.
Hello, Nicole. How are you doing? All right. I was just worried that you were unfairly limiting yourself. Like, I understand needing limits, but mine is not to buy until I use what I have. That's a good rule. And also why I stopped buying really pretty things, because that's where a lot of my money was going. I have very utilitarian journals that I now just write on.
Are we going to do a 15 or?
I think we should start with a 15 just to get in here. Yeah, Golden Palace wasn't good. I was just making sure we didn't skip anybody on the way through.
But do we truly know how much stuff Charlie has started?
You really don't. You don't. No, nobody needs that. Nobody needs that. I don't need that. I'll black out. During one of the Q&As, I was asked how many books I've written, and I had to clarify, do you mean written or published? And when the answer was written, I had to go counting, and the number almost made me black out. Like, I had a moment of, oh God, I've done too much.
Is there such a thing?
Alrighty. So there we are, getting us set up for our first sprint. Stop resetting. I keep resetting the timer to 15 minutes, and it keeps going 25. No, we'll get there, but 25. And it's like stop. Okay, 15. Alrighty, so we're gonna get this first sprint started. I'm gonna hopefully get back into writing the scene because the first confrontation is about to happen. And I've got nerves. Make sure that you have something to drink. Make sure that you're doing a posture check. Make sure that you are prepared to save your work. Hopefully the internet will be kind to us, as will this new year. Oh, wow, this is going to feel good to say. For the first sprint of the new year on my channel, let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and see you in 15. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. Hello, we got a glory. I do apologize. The beepity beep was a little bit late because my voice did not cooperate with me when I first tried the beepity beep, and so I had to clear the throat a bit. So let me know how y'all did. I got more done on this chapter. Izzy has met Seth and just found out about the mysterious stranger in the corner of the room who was taking notes the entire time he was playing music. And the dark offerings about to happen. Will Izzy sell his soul for greatness? Of course he will. Why would I write the novel if he wouldn't? Like, this is unsurprising.
But this is the pitch to get somebody to read it.
Actually, no, the real sell his soul happens like a couple interactions later. But
you don't know. Tom is here.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Hey
He
guys.
stopped by to bring yarn and chocolate.
Ooh, and that's a pretty purple.
Yarn and chocolate. You gotta love the yarn and chocolate.
And matching chocolate. So, okay, that's something. I'm not a hot mess. You're a hot mess.
Guys, we need to get more of your crack yarn.
Hey,
That old variety set, they had some there.
that was almost my branding phrase when I first started this channel was, ethereal hot mess. Like that was almost like how I just decided to brand the channel, but decided against it for I don't know reasons.
What
Do we have
is
any yarn for Charlie's?
I think these two look like the most promising. I think
Yeah,
this one.
yeah.
And it has sparkles,
Ooh.
Sparkles.
which I think makes it like triple better.
Oh yeah.
I love
Always
sparkles.
go with the sparkles.
So yeah, I think this purple will work out quite well.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I
So
know it's a secret that I like purple. I mean, nobody knows.
no,
But
no
I
one would ever guess this about you, darling.
Not at all.
like so I'm sitting in a room surrounded by purple light,
All right,
with
I gotta run.
purple lighting all over the screen.
Tom has been summoned back to go deliver food to the peoples. How's everybody doing?
It's almost like I saw you at 3 a.m.
It was so late. I don't think we got off till I think my time was 4 a.m. So 5 a.m. yours?
No, it was 3 a.m.
Okay.
We got off at 3 a.m.
It was late.
You guys continue talking after I got pulled away. I hear. I see.
We were planning all sorts of things. We're planning like handicrafts and world domination. It's a thing.
It'll be great.
It's gonna be great, y'all. It's
Hey, if we want to just do that, the one like thing for like the group get together on like a stream or something, if we could just do that weekly in general,
yes.
that'd be so much fun.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to just get together and maybe talk about, Regency sex lives. Because it's fun. Yes, it turned into like one of Glory's lectures about the sexual mores of various time periods and then also fashion as relates to sexual mores.
Dude,
Just don't forget, we need our merchandise.
yeah.
Now I gotta figure out how to draw bunnies. Okay. Research. Oh, I'm not into research.
And I'm not one of those people that's like, y'all should watch an 8-hour stream recorded, but some of the stories, especially towards the end, like just scroll towards the end when we're all there. Like some of the stories earlier were great, but
Was it before or after the Boimler effect?
Before
after,
what?
it was
So just tell them to go to the Boimler effect and
Yeah.
then watch from there.
Oh, yes, the Boimler effect, yes.
Where Clarence Coffee Bunny came into existence, go back a couple minutes and start from there at least. You have
Poor
to
little
hear
Luna.
this story. You have to hear this story. It's amazing. It should be an adventure novel all its own.
Poor little bunny.
Poor little buddy.
Yes. I mean, she's all of us, really.
Yes.
Yes, Maggie. Coffee Laundry Crafters Cafe needs to be a channel.
Yes.
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 I volunteer as tribute.
Hey, this would be one of those fun, like, multi-people channels,
Yes.
like Word Stitch or the Word Nerds kind of thing, where like a bunch of
Just
people
like-
get together to do it.
Okay, yeah, I'm on board. I'm totally on
That could
board.
be fun.
This is absolutely
This is
1,000%.
Maggie suggested it, so it needs to be done.
Yes, yes, I definitely subscribe to the Psychic Riders of the Apocalypse and everything they advise.
All right. So, what did the rest of y'all end up doing?
I read for a little bit, and then I worked on my outline a bit more, and I got to chapter or scene 3. So
Nice.
progress. Yes.
Nice.
So here and here for some notes for me to actually be on track and know what I'm going to say before I hit record for when I do a video. I'll hopefully record it today, and then it'll be posted Monday, and then I will kick off my goal of a video a day. Right.
Wow.
Good luck.
Have fun. I have to say,
I'm doing it
Vlogmas
Monday
was
through Friday.
fun. Vlogmas was fun. I enjoyed Vlogmas.
I don't expect anything from me on a Saturday or a Sunday. I might be recording on those days, and they just might appear during the week.
Okay, so I see Ginny arrived. I also see some debating over the projects that I'm working on, and yeah, y'all, I think you all have a better list than I do sometimes. Hello, Ginny. How are you doing today? Tanya has arrived. Hello there. Just popping in to support and say hello. It's family day. Have fun with that. And I just want to say blessings and my heart to everybody who has a family that they want to spend family day with. You're amazing. And the family that I would like to do that with are 1,000 miles away, so it's difficult. Yes, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
It feels really weird, not like being like, oh, is it time yet? Like, that thing I played at the beginning of the stream, every hour on the hour.
Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We celebrated for all the Atlanteans all the way across the ocean. There's no New Year's left behind.
Yes.
Hello, Jules. How are you doing? Ooh, lurking and trying to do a few administrative website things.
Nice.
Oh, Lord, don't make me think about my website. It's such a hot mess.
So one of my goals I did not put in the video that goes up in like 15 minutes is that I want to try and actually post to the blog on my website.
Oh, blogging.
So yeah, that'd be interesting.
Hello, Tessa. How are you doing? Let me know if y'all want me to start blogging again, because I will definitely do it. But I don't know if anybody cares. Like, I talk enough, like between the streams and the videos and the podcast. I think I might be at saturation for how much of my opinion needs to go out into the world. Okay, Weird is here. Hello, my unholy weird one. Came in a bit late, so that sprint is so only a few words. Hey, a few words is better than nothing. The sister's name for her wizard character.
The Periwinkle.
Milton's Periwinkle. And his Clydesdale
Jim.
I mean,
One of them
yeah.
has a very white man name.
I have to say, I kind of want a parody of Lord of the Rings that just is about Milton the Periwinkle. Like, I just kind of need
On a journey to
On
go
a journey.
shopping or something.
something. Needs to find the holy cafe. Yes, Tessa is going to be streaming, and Jen will be joining her for the first time ever on camera. So
So
that's
exciting.
exciting. And yes, thank you, Devin. I'm so glad YouTube lets you put in links again. It makes life so much better for all of us. CB coming in with the 405 words. Oh, goodness.
Very
I
nice.
missed stuff
Excellent.
already. Okay, very quickly. World domination is always fun to plan. Yes, it is, and even more fun to bring it into existence. I just need all of the people that are involved in the gay agenda to let me know what it is so I can cooperate better.
Yes.
I keep hearing it's a thing. I'm constantly told that it's a thing, but yet all my years I have yet to be contacted. Where's my Melissa Etheridge toaster? Where's my Melissa Etheridge toaster?
I mean, maybe it's lost in the mail. It's totally believable right now.
Yep, Jamaica.
Yes. Yes.
There yet? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It's kind of surreal that it's 2021, that we all made it, or many of us made it through.
Yeah, it doesn't feel quite right. And I'm just saying, soon we will have the inauguration here in these United States, and there will be an intense stress hangover that we are not preparing ourselves for. The moment you realize you don't have to wake up and wonder what terrible thing has been done
Yes.
by the person in the White House, because it's just going to be a boring old white dude the way it's always been before, with one exception.
You know, it's really sad when we're like, we want the boring old white dude right now.
Can I just have the boring guy? Just somebody boring.
Just for a while.
I want a boring.
Just for a while. I just want to wake up in the morning and not be like immediately like, what's the news? What happened? Are we at war with Nova Scotia? What's happening? Like, just never forget the Cheeto-in-Chief did threaten war against Canada twice during his administration. So,
Among many
among many.
countries that were threatened.
Yeah, but still, Canada.
So many.
Really?
And it's still threatening countries. Yeah.
But still, Canada.
Canada, I know. I mean,
I would like to go in and like save the indigenous people because they're still doing like a genocide there, but
yes.
they don't think that he cared. I think he just wanted to actually facilitate that. But whenever we've been on the right side of history as a nation. Anyway.
Really? Yeah, Laura may be like hinting at some Canadian threats there.
Beware the wrath of Canada.
I mean, what are you saying, darling? I know you're where you are. Yeah, okay, that's what you're saying. And I'm on to you, buddy.
Reds with syrup. Oh,
Flick the reds with syrup. It's a real thing.
I have to say, my aunt used to live in Alaska, and many times going to get the mail got trapped outside in the middle of winter because a moose decided to wander onto the property while she was in between the mailbox and the house.
Oh no.
While she was
No, you don't mess with moose.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, they have like
on top of a tree waiting for a moose to go.
Yeah.
Don't mess with meese. Meeses are big and thunderous and monsters. They just look goofy so that we don't suspect the nightmare that is to follow. Alrighty. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for that. All right. So make sure that you have something to drink. I'm still trying to remind myself that the apple didn't go bad. This is lemon chiffon because my brain likes routines. And it's just like, what went wrong with the apple tea? No, it's lemon. Lemon. But the apple's sour because it's lemon. I love my brain. Make sure you have something to hydrate. Make sure that you're doing your posture checks. Make sure that you are saving your documents, for goodness sakes. Especially, don't give 2020 a foothold to come back and claim any more of this year. We are going to do a 25-minute sprint starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. I will see you all back here in 25 minutes. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. We are back. And I have to say, as just before the timer went off, the automatic station that I'm listening to started playing a 2020 remix of Love Will Tear Us Apart by Joy Division. And I have to say, if there was ever a song that needed the word 2020 remaster in it, like this song and everything by this band, because it's so the mood of last year. And oddly, they made it sound more open and spacious and less claustrophobic than the original. Huh. It's kind of weird in a very 2020 sort of a way.
Yeah.
I got some more writing done on this chapter. I'm getting close to, I don't know what's about to happen, because he's just like, nope, you're too good to be true. And I'm just like, no, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to be like, oh, yay, it's a good thing. And no, he's not. So I don't know what's going to happen. Yay. How'd y'all do?
I finished writing the thing up in here, and then I also managed to type it up as well. Hopefully it'll actually be a short video, considering the other two that I've done have been like 30 minutes.
Dude, you're now making me feel like we have to repurpose this to mean something else. Save the cat from long videos.
Considering I'm to the point where I don't care if I get streaming back on YouTube, because I honestly I like the Twitch streaming now. So.
If I can figure out what I'm wanting to do with all that, I did discover that they put in a category for writers today.
They did.
Cool.
Now it's an indie game.
Yes, I noticed that. But I was able to categorize myself correctly because I don't know how much like gaming I'm going to be doing over there. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so if I can figure out what about right there, I think's where things left off. Lori got called away and we'll be back soon. Y'all talked a lot in chat, which I'm not opposed to. It's just very hard to figure out where to get started when we come back from a sprint, because it's just like, wow, there's a lot in here. And they won't let me put a marker in to remember where we were. So, which would be nice, just like gray out the ones that have already been shown on screen or something, just a little indicator, something for some help. Yeah. I get that way with a lot of music. I like to write to a lot of Nobuo Uematsu's music, and I have played every Final Fantasy game in the universe, and that Xanarkand theme starts playing, and I'm just like, oh, I remember being there. And I'm like, no, you don't. You played a game like obsessively for like 5 years. Like, it's not a thing. But yeah, I remember being there.
Oh yeah, I also ate some bread.
Nice.
Which I'm gonna go get more of, and I might eat the whole loaf.
So your homemade bread, your
Store-bought homemade bread?
Store-bought homemade bread. I was trying to figure out how to say it.
I bought the dough made. It was frozen, and then I thawed it and put it in the oven. So it's store-bought homemade bread.
So, hello, Kate. Hello, Petra. Oh my goodness. I know it's strange, but I love watching The Life Below Zero and Deadliest Catch, because watching reality TV from Alaska reminds me how Colorado is not as cold. Yeah, when we are going through hard times, the hubby likes to do alone and naked and afraid marathons. Like, things are rough, but at least we're not stranded out in the middle of nowhere with nothing to rely on. Like, I think there is a psychological defense mechanism at play there.
Yep.
So, Megan, are you telling me that all of my high school Gatsby fanfic I could pull out, rewrite, repackage, and actually sell now?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it expired today. So.
Hashtag Gatsby's a vampire. That's amazing. I thought Disney was going to work so hard that nothing would ever go into public domain ever again. It always amazes me, especially when a big work like Gatsby goes into the public domain. They're like, really? No corporation stepped in and went, maybe we should expand copyright again. just to keep their ownership on that, because you got to think, at least with as many schools and stuff that have it as required reading, like somebody's got to still be making money off of it.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Oh no, Kate only got a few words in, and now it's dinner time. Happy writing, y'all. Happy writing. Hello, Alexis. How are you doing? Let's see. The mister just let me know that he had already taken some time off tonight as a corrective measure to the wintry mix weather. Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't get bad tonight. I was really happy that we only got rain yesterday because, New Year's Eve plus ice storm equals lots of car wrecks. Like, not a thing that I wanted to have happen. Let's see, just gained a couple more hours to do things. Woohoo! Trying not to choose sleep as a thing. Yeah. Hello, Shadows there. How are you doing today? I always want to say Shadow Slayer because my mind, like, Dragon Slayer is it. But the fun thing is, you never know what you're saying because they technically sound the same. Dragon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Shadow Slayer, Shadow Slayer. When you say them out loud, does it really matter? Hello, Better Days. How are you doing? I hope everything is fine. Hello, Stephanie. How are you doing today? Oh my goodness, the chat just y'all talkity talk. Let's see. Okay, so for anybody who has not caught any of the announcements, I'm actually going to post a short video next Friday to remind people on this channel. I have a second channel linked down in the description, and Fan Fiction Friday will be returning next Friday on my other channel, which is going to be all pop culture and like movies and fandom stuff. So I just felt it belonged. It fit over there better. So yeah, this is the last Friday stream on this channel. I'm not stopping Friday streams. They're just moving over to my other channel. Link should be at the top of the description box for that if you have not already subscribed. And I've noticed quite a few of you already have, and thank you, especially since there's really nothing over there yet. But I promise content is coming soon. I have a lot of it planned. I just need to get it like recorded and edited up. And there will be a lot of hot take shorts over there because I'm going to be trying that out over there as well. Ginny says, I am working on the zero draft of book 2 and not getting as far as I wanted. At least there is some progress. Yeah, that's what I keep telling myself because everything feels so slow with the writing process right now for me. But the fact that my brain is allowing words to come out is a victory. And I don't know where your brain has been, but I know my brain has not wanted me to have words come out of it for like 2 months. So every word is precious. Ooh, just got done with New Year's dinner. Yum. By the way, if you are American and inclined to play the lottery on occasion, the jackpot for tonight's Mega Millions is that would
That's
be
a big number.
That would be nice. That would be lovely. Started filling in the details in your word journal. That's awesome. World journal. That's even more awesome. I was trying to figure out, like, what's a word journal? I'm just going to pretend I know so that I don't think I'm stupid. There's too many kinds of journals. I just, like, nod along as people are talking now because, like, oh, I know what a bullet journal is. I don't know what that kind of journal or that one. Yay! Journals are awesome. Ooh, designing which creatures are going to. Oh, that's always a fun part. I have started playing with Dungeon Fog, by the way, because I won the free trial of it during a World Anvil stream. It's interesting. It's really interesting. I think it's going to be really fun to make like place maps for things. I was hoping it would be a good way to actually do like floor plans for like ships and stuff. I think it would be really good to do floor plans for like buildings and stuff like that. But while it does have some sci-fi stuff in it, it's much more contemporary to fantasy oriented in the tiles that are currently available for it, which is not a problem. I'm doing a lot of fantasy stuff too. So, but I was hoping that the sci-fi stuff would be just a little bit more. They have 2 chairs and 1 console. Like, that's it. That's it. 2 chairs, 1 console. There's not a lot of variety. And they're not colorable, which would at least make them more usable. You need to jot down schedules for the Twitch streams. Unlike YouTube, Twitch sends notifications. So I keep Twitch installed on my phone, so it goes and annoys me every time anybody I follow on Twitch starts streaming. That way I don't miss things, because like it's everything in my power not to cut this stream short, because Sophia is streaming tonight, and I didn't know that she was going to be doing that. But that's okay. I can have it on in the background while I'm streaming. It's fine. It's all fine. And the chat jumped again. Where are we? I don't know what happened to lead up to this point, but our timer's almost up for talking. So we'll start here. Pizza. Yeah, there is something about doing that. I think we usually have pizza during that show too. I don't know what it is. It's oddly satisfying to watch people struggling in the jungle and having pizza. Like, yes.
I'm going to be honest. I enjoy watching movies where people are struggling and eating pizza.
It's a thing.
Happy birthday.
Wait, it's Stephanie's birthday? Happy birthday, Stephanie.
Happy birthday.
I'm really bad at that. You know, one of these days, I'm actually going to get better at that. I install the thing onto the Discord server where you can put in important dates and it will remind you in the server. Like, it'll send in announcements into whatever channel you tell it to. But I keep forgetting to put things in there for it to tell us about. So I need to grab like people's birthdays and stuff so that it can remind us these wonderful things, because that would be fun. Shadow Slayer is also it's the Shadow Slayer because that's how we refer to our family, the Shadows Lair family. Yeah, my brain, if I can make something like I said, there's a reason I call the genre I write in Blade Opera, because no matter what's going on, eventually someone will draw a sword and there will be a dragon. Like, I'll find a way to fit it in, even if it's just a stuffed animal dragon that's a very significant childhood toy. There will be a dragon and someone will pull a sword at some point. I'm bad. I have a problem.
I was explaining to Nat, because she's going to do the artwork for my book, and I'm just like, yeah, so Lavinia just holds her hand out and then a sword comes out of this thing, and she's just like, I thought this was like in modern times. So she doesn't like paperwork. She literally was just like, are you telling me if I shoot my gun I have to fill out all this paperwork, but if I stab someone with a sword I don't have to? Sword, please.
Yes, sword, please. Yeah, that is a cool feature that if I could just remember, I need to set it up. Let's see. What's up, Lee? Alrighty, have a good night. And putting questions together for the beta readers. That means the beta is about to go out.
I'm so excited.
This is exciting. Hello, Spence. How are you? You arrived just in time because we are about to start Sprint 3.
Sprint?
Sprint?
Oh, yeah, because remember I had the problem yesterday that I had to, during Sprint 3,
Oh yeah.
I had to quickly edit it to say, oh crap, my internet's dying. And when I took that part out, apparently I took the T with it.
Sprint. No, it
And I
says
just took
sprint.
the N out. I can't do this. I'm like afraid to like turn it on now. Did I get it right? Yes.
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 I am good at things. I do this all the time. Can't you tell? It's amazing. All right. I have to say, I have to watch the hubby on that because he literally face palms a lot. And I can tell when he's had a bad day at work because he'll come home and he'll have this like red circle in the middle of his forehead because people will just be doing so many dumb things that he just over and over again and just leaves like a little mark on his forehead. It's so sad.
Oh.
It's like, who do I need to go beat up? I'd do it. And this is Missouri. It's technically not illegal to beat your employees here, which we found out when somebody was like, there are rules about how you treat people. And so we called up the government and was like, could you send us a copy of the rules on how to treat people? And please hope that no one else who works in this state, their employers do that. There are very few. And they're actually like, you can legally still do corporal punishment in this state as long as you explain it in orientation
Wow.
to your employees because they never took it off the books.
Wow.
And we're just like, oh, I knew we were a bad place, but I didn't realize we were that bad.
Yeah.
Like this is an official government, like this isn't like some weird website that we found online.
Mhm.
We called up the bureau at the government and had them send us the documentation. This is the official documents they sent us. Yay. Don't work here, people. It's bad. Anyway, we are going to get started on the next sprint in just a minute because it finally has a T and an N, both. Make sure that you are saving your work because Gremlins took enough from us in 2020. We don't need to give them anything else. Save your work, back it up, send it to a friend. Maybe send it out to beta readers who can't wait to read it and hopefully be able to do that very, very shortly. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure you're doing your posture checks every now and then because hunching over does not make you have better ideas. I know, I've tried it. It doesn't work. Cat is getting ready for show and tell. This is going to be fun.
No, I'm just trying to push my laptop back and I had to get the things from behind it.
We are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I will see you all back here in 25 minutes. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. And we're back. Hi. I may have sat back and done the terrible thought in my head that is always a terrible thought, but I do it all the time. Anyway, maybe I should try to outline this a little bit so I see where it's going because I'm feeling lost. So I did. I probably won't use any of the work that I put into outlining it. It's almost like, here, let me get the bad draft out of the way, is kind of what I use outlining techniques for. But yeah, my brilliance allowed me to do that. So that's what I worked on. What did y'all do?
I continued working on my outline, and I ate some miso soup. And that's about it. I took the trash out too. That was very productive.
That's very productive.
Nice.
I noticed Kat got a video out. I got a notification at least.
Oh, I had it scheduled for a while. I haven't posted about it. But I cleaned my desk. When you saw like from here down, the hole that's at the back of the desks for cords. Yeah, I was reaching my hand down mine because
Uh-oh. Is that me or is that everybody else?
Nope, I see it too.
Okay. I had a moment of, oh no, my internet went out again.
I had the same thought. I was like, what?
Because it's usually when somebody freezes like that, it's because I lost internet.
No, it's just me. So what was the last thing I said?
You were sticking your hand down somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, the hole at the back of my desk for the cords to go down.
Oh yeah.
Markers and yeah.
All manner of stuff.
But I cleaned that off.
That's kind of the fun thing is the way we've got the desk set up in here, because I like having my back against the wall, is I kind of have a cubicle and anything that falls off my desk falls into the walking path in the middle of the room. So it's really easy to get now. So.
I'm in a closet. So.
See, my paranoia, I need to have my back up against a wall. Reasons. Wish I didn't have reasons, but reasons. So Maggie ran off to have birthday dinner with the family. I didn't say dinner, did I? I said like dinner. Okay, dinner with the family. So if you are still hearing the sounds of my voice, happy birthday and be blessed. And yes, the New Year's babies are here. It's amazing. Like, as somebody who has a not as significant holiday birthday, it's weird being born on a day that people celebrate for other reasons. It's weird. it's weird because I was born on Veterans Day, and I once got a stern talking to at a restaurant because somebody did that evil thing where they made the people like put the silly hat on you, sing the song, and bring out a cake. And somebody got really mad because I was trying to co-opt Veterans Day and like came over to the table and yelled at me for that. And I'm just like, I had no power over when I was born. Like, this was not a choice. It's weird. I've been hunting graphics on Canva. Ooh, yeah. It's easy to get lost in Canva looking at all the pictures, especially when you've got like an idea of what you want in your head. Like, I know I saw it in here somewhere. I know, like I accidentally searched it and found it once. Where are you? Canva is so easy to get lost in. You go, CB. 436 words. That is awesome. That is amazing. I don't know why I'm freaking out every time I get a message on my phone today, but I'm being that person. Oh, I do know because there's a risk of freezing weather tonight, and like every time I see the little news icon, I'm like, did we just get a frost warning? Did we just get a freeze warning? Is it? That's probably what it is. Ginny, come on, Maria, keep up. Ginny Potts. The tailor shop is right over there. See the little square window? Yes. Virginia, it's Shane. Excuse me, sir. My friend does not want to talk to you. Please go away. Thanks. No problem. Shadow's Lair got... I did it again. Shadow's Lair got 157 words. Yay. Worked on my hope. Ooh. For an era novel. Those are fun. I keep threatening myself that I'm going to do one of those, and then I know I'm not. Like, most of my books take place in like 1 week to a month. Because I'm that person. Spence says I gave the 6-year-old a shower because he was stanky. And started working. Sorry, I just got an image of you holding a child with stink lines. Like, all like Peanut style, like there's like clouds of dust and stink lines coming out, like just holding them up to the shower and watching the water like fight its way through. Because, oh, Pigpen. Let's see. Started work on the super secret project.
Ooh.
I cannot wait to find out what your super secret project is. I'm very curious. Petra got 410 words. Yes, get that exclamation point. That's awesome. Stephanie says, I decided on what to order from Olive Garden. Sorry. We have nowhere to order out Italian food of any kind.
Oh, no.
The closest we had was a Frizoli's, and that was an insurance scheme, and they burned it down. They built it, and then it caught fire, and the people are in jail for that. So,
Wow.
like I said, my state is a bad place to be. We bad people. I hope that the Olive Garden is good. I would love to like have some good like Italian food. That would be amazing right now. I still have in my head, who is it that had fettuccine Alfredo the other day, a couple days ago? I'm just like, oh, I still want that. Eva says it's a specific image that I'm looking for, and I've used it before. Oh yeah, I know this feeling. I know this feeling. It's yeah. Hopefully you'll find it soon. CB said, polished off some more of my Christmas chocolate. Sorry, I'm thinking about food now. I'm like,
Say, are you hungry?
I'm maybe a little bit hungry. just a wee little bit. And I don't know why, but I suddenly had Kung Pao shrimp in my head. And I was like, oh, Chinese.
I was thinking of linguine and clams. I was like, that sounds good.
Ooh, that sounds so good. Oh, wait, I may have the sense to do that. Try to keep clam juice in the house for just this occasion. I'm going to have to look at that when we get off of here. CB says, polished off some of my Christmas chocolates from my mother. That's awesome. The ones I was supposed to save for the Royal Rumble. Oh, I thought you said you weren't watching the Royal Rumble this year. Did I misunderstand? Or was that one of the other big wrestling events that you chose not to watch? I get confused. Yeah, Tony's daughter is a snarky one. I don't know that my snarky characters come off that way when I write them, but I try. So apparently I was not far off from the truth on that. Only it was one hand holding him down in the suds, and the other one spraying with water. Did you remember to like invoke the Lord's name and put a crucifix on the wall, like be gone. That's like my mother used to like attack me with bad exorcist memes when I was a child. At least I'd like to pretend that's what it was. She was probably just actually trying to get the devil out of me. But I like to think it was just a friendly like thing. Anyway, that's my warped childhood. Yeah, that was me. You made fettuccine Alfredo the other day. Yeah, and I'm still thinking about it. We don't have any fettuccine because we have the things we could probably make in Alfredo, but I specifically want the fettuccine. And I don't want to make pasta. So I'm lame.
Keeps looking on Kimba. That's beautiful. Thank you for that imagery.
And he does look like a Peanuts character. You know, I felt like I did for a long time. Like I resented having the name Charlie because kids in school always called me Charlie Brown. And I think my biggest problem with that was I kind of was Charlie Brown. Like I had no self-esteem. I always was running around with my sister, except for the ages were flipped. She was older than me, but I was always running around with my sister. And my best friend did have a security blanket. Oh God, I was Charlie Brown. Oh my goodness. Like, yeah, I actually was. Oh my goodness. So much so that like 1 year for my birthday, everybody bought me a Charlie Brown shirt. And I don't mean like a shirt with Charlie Brown characters on it. I mean the yellow shirt with the black zigzag.
I used to have that shirt.
I had like 7 of them because like everybody, like a large percentage of people that came to my birthday party bought me that Charlie Brown shirt because they thought it would be a funny gag gift that they all thought of independently.
Oh my goodness.
I had so much Charlie Brown clothing.
I'm curious to know what everyone's reaction to like, oh, I wasn't that unique.
It was a thing because people started like, can I have my package back? And I'm like, why? It's birthday. Yay. Then I opened it. I was like, oh, that's why. Do you still want it back? Well, you know what it is now. Yeah, there was a lot of like, I thought I was clever. No, you weren't. That's not what that was. When he was a babe, he's looking forward. Oh. You remind me of the babe with the power of voodoo.
Voodoo
Movie. I love that movie. You know, that might actually be a good movie to have on in the background during sprints because it's mostly like music and random Jim Henson chicanery. That might be a good thing to like keep me focused because I know it by heart. Like I probably wouldn't just like sit and.
Are you lying?
When David Bowie's on screen, I would probably just sit and watch it because you know I have issues. Let's see. We usually get chicken marsala. Ooh, that sounds really good. But they have an Asiago day. Oh, you speaking my language? That sounds really good. And Triple H is gonna be. Ooh, that's interesting. That's what I was thinking of, that you're getting rid of the WWE network after WrestleMania. That might be what I was remembering. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
God, it's so good. It's so good. Like
Love it.
I'm one of the few people that like it's not the Dark Crystal because I freaking love the Dark Crystal. And I understand most people that's either switched or they just hate the Dark Crystal and love Labyrinth. But it's so good. It's so good. David Bowie's music, like if nothing else, listen to the soundtrack. The soundtrack is really, really good. Bowie at like his Bowiest. Like he is my Goblin King. I will follow Jareth everywhere, anywhere. Like, oh, my world can fall down for you. I'm fine. I am completely fine. Like, it is so good. It is absolutely amazing. And the best part about it is Brian Froud, who designed all of the creatures for that and for the Dark Crystal. That's his son, Toby.
Wow.
Baby in Labyrinth, who then grew up to work for the Jim Henson Company and made the puppets for the Dark Crystal TV show, based on the work of his father.
Wow.
It's amazing, and it's kind of freaky watching because Netflix did a behind the scenes documentary for the new Dark Crystal series, and you actually get to see Brian and Toby Froud, and like they show pictures of him growing up, and it's like you get to see what the Labyrinth baby looks like now, and he's making monsters because he misses his time with Jareth. At least that's my headcanon, and no one can take it away from me. I love the Dark Crystal too. You know, Netflix canceled the Dark Crystal series, though. We're not getting any more of it. They said that because of the plague, it's too hard for them to figure out how to use puppets.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, that was their official excuse. Like, there's a plague going around, so we're going to have all of our real actors get around and hang out and shoot all those shows. And I don't know, how do you do puppets when there's a plague? It's a puppet. Like, I would actually think the puppet show would be a lot easier than the real people show.
Yeah.
Like, you could so easily socially distance because you just have the person with the puppet, and then you have the person in the camera that's usually about 6 feet away. What do I know? It's very sad though, because I really liked the new show. It was very good.
Oh well, at least you have it on DVD, so you can watch it whenever you want. It's a great movie. I highly recommend it.
It is very good.
Ooh. I did too.
Yeah, Pan's Labyrinth is very good as well.
Such a good
You say you like. Okay, good. I love Purple Rain. I love Purple Rain. I love Purple Rain. I love Purple Rain. Like, that was one of the things when the hubby and I realized we were going to get together. I was like, we have to rent a movie. If you do not like this movie, we're breaking up. Like, that was a deal breaker. Like, you have to be like okay with this because it's going to play a lot in our house. And we went and we watched it, and he at least told me he liked it, and tolerates me watching it, so we stayed together. Yes, the storytelling is really, really good. Like, everything about it is so good. And Hoggle is one of the most interestingly made puppet creature creation things I've ever seen in a live action show. Yeah. And then there was Jareth because Bowie. Yeah, Jareth. I actually have the comics that tell the origin of Jareth over there. And it's sad. And I kind of take his side when I watch the movie now, because he was also stolen and he was just trying to get freedom. That's like, when you know his backstory, it's just like, oh, like, it's terrible that you kidnapped the kid, but you didn't kidnap the kid. She kind of gave him to you. So it's kind of her fault. She's the baddie. She's the baddie. Leave my Jareth alone. Alrighty. It's time for our next sprint. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure that you are saving your work, that you are doing your posture checks, that you have gotten up and moved around if you haven't, because we've been doing this for over 2 hours, and you really should, like, move. At least do a chair dance, put on some music, and wiggle jiggle your tushy, because it's at least motion. Alrighty, we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I will see you back here in 25 minutes. Beep, 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 beep. I very productively played with the dog because she woke up and was like, "I'm bored. Play with me." And I went, "That sounds lovely." And as somebody who doesn't get to play with their pets very much because, well, I have 3 cats that just like sleep all the time, except for when I'm sleeping. I took advantage of it. And I have no regrets whatsoever. What did y'all do?
I listened to some music and then I worked on my outline a little bit more. I'm kind of stuck. Something needs to happen because I have this scene where nothing happens at all. She's just watching TV, basically. That's the extent of the scene. So I need to think of something that is more exciting than TV watching.
I can understand that. That could be actually. See, here's my thing. Granted, take everything that I say with a giant, massive grain of salt because I really like slice of life fiction. But if she's watching TV and it's pulling up feelings in her that is showing an internal conflict of some sort and making her have to actually deal with something in her own mind, very good, very powerful, very interesting scene. Like I am a huge fan of slice of life, like just like these ordinary things that are suddenly immensely profound because of the context that they're in, you know. So maybe something like that. Maybe she sees her dream home or her dream job or somebody that she knows that's suddenly famous or something, you know. Like that day I was watching Top Chef and saw the guy that used to beat me up in high school on there and went, really?
Well, I'm always trying to bring it back to where because her grandmother dies in the very beginning of the book. And so part of the story is her dealing with the grief of her grandma's death. But I kind of forgot about that part of the story and when I was writing it, and I just wrote about her trying to get her art into an art gallery. That was the main storyline that I have going. So now I'm trying to fit in more overcoming grandmother's death and stuff like that. So that's actually a really good idea.
Maybe a show or a movie they watch together or something, or something a character reminds her. Yeah, because that could be a really like there like just to give a really odd example of this, like in my own life. I remember when the Beverly Hillbillies movie came out, we were watching it in the theater and I just burst out crying at one point, and the hubby thought I was like having a serious mental breakdown. And it's just because my great grandmother was the granny in that movie. And the way she dressed, the way she looked, it looked so much like her, sounded so much like her, reminded me so much of her. I just had this like overwhelming moment of like, I miss my great grandmother. Like I just broke down crying in the middle of this really silly, stupid comedy because it brought up all these emotions that I just had never dealt with.
Mm.
You know, the powerful thing. What were you up to? Yeah.
I recorded several times this video, and now I'm getting.
Oh no!
Again.
Well, while we wait for that to get fixed, apparently, either Devin is twerking, or I was twerking, or somebody was twerking. I don't know. There was twerking going on.
I was dancing, but I wasn't twerking.
Chair twerking is really funny because you can't really tell that it's going on. Though you can hear my lamp shake on the side of the chair over there. So, you know. So what were you up to?
I recorded the video and now I'm gonna edit it. Did you hear that all?
Yes.
Yes.
We did.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't like the Phantom of the Opera when you saw it. I have to say, the movie I don't like. I don't like it all. But I have seen Phantom of the Opera twice performed. The second time was the first date that the hubby and I went on. And with a good cast, this is really a musical that the cast can make or break it. Because I've seen recordings of many a Phantom of the Opera where the Phantom is unbelievable. Because they found somebody who could sing beautifully, but didn't have that hint of menace in their voice. They weren't actually performing. They were just singing the notes accurately. And
Gotcha.
Phantom of the Opera is much more of a rock opera than it is a musical. And that emotion, like you have to be able to pull off that menace, that threat, that like it has to be there in several of the characters. Like Prima Donna, if whoever performs Prima Donna, one, can't hit the notes and prove that she is worthy of being the Prima Donna, it falls apart real fast. Like in the movie. I love Minnie Driver, but she just couldn't, it didn't work. But also has to have that overly aristocratic tone about her that you realize that she's actually not even giving her full effort because she doesn't have to, because she's so great. And that's a really hard thing for a vocalist to pull off. So okay. That's a really cool line. I have to say, I am probably going to start sharing little bits of my fiction more in here. I'm sorry. I want a poster that's just that. Work. You love it, but it's at least 30% because your grandma and I were musical friends. Yeah. All right. So Tessa has probably started her stream by now.
Not until 6 o'clock,
Okay.
or the next hour.
That's going
6
to be
o'clock.
that's going to be Jen's first stream. I don't know. I feel kind of guilty because I kind of want to forever stream tonight, but there's also part of me that wants to be over there. So I don't know what I'm going to do, but probably keep doing stuff over here and visiting on sprints because I'm that kind of a person. I am very message getting today.
I'm just gonna put the right file on here.
My books primarily are about, I do mostly dark gothic fiction, be it set in real world America, generally in the Maryland area, sometimes as far north as New York, but not really spreading out throughout the country that much. I also do a lot of science fiction and fantasy. I don't know that I would call it epic, but it is bizarre. Hope that answers your question. Your mind has been blown. You didn't realize that the hobbits' names are actually in their hobbit language actually translate into Western. Yeah. Tolkien really overwrote The Lord of the Rings. And yes, that none of the names that you know them by are their actual names when they were at home. Yes. He did wonderful, amazing things. Can't tell you what I did because it's part of the super secret project.
Oh,
Well,
I can't wait till it's not a secret anymore.
I can't either because
And it's just
I
a super
love
project.
what Eva's comment is later.
we're gonna have to hurry up and get there because time's running out. Let's see, a super productive sprint for not a super productive sprint for me either. Got bogged down on health insurance nonsense. I hope you can get that straightened out. That's a nightmare. And abolish insurance and just Medicare for all. We need something. I'm still bitter. An insurance company killed one of my aunts because the doctor said she had cancer and needed a surgery. And the insurance company said, you don't have cancer. You don't need surgery, and let her die.
Oh, man.
Because they couldn't afford the surgery. So, not a big fan of insurance companies.
Mm.
Let's see. I gave up the graphic hunt too much time moving forward. You know what? Just let it like sit in the back of your head, and you might think of just the right keywords to type in and make it pop right up, because that happens. That happens. CB got 446 words. That is awesome. Shadow's Lair got 60 words written. That's amazing. Petra got 461 words. That is so cool. That
Nice.
is amazing. And the chat just jumped.
That's the one I was talking about.
Redacted
Redacted.
for a minute. That's awesome. I kind of, yes. Yes. If you just want to copy and paste that in, Spence, if that will make it easier for you in the future, like, that's awesome. I love that. See, whoop, there it is. It was coming up soon. All right. So got 321 words. Submission date is at the 9th. So I don't have much time. You can do it. I believe in you. CB, you're almost at a 10K day.
Oh my goodness, CB.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Like, I've been lying to myself and telling myself that I'm going to do a 10K day this week, and no. I will be
I've
happy
never
with
been
it.
able to do a 10K day. It's just too many words.
I have done
I
them.
can't type that fast.
They are a thing that can be done for me, but my brain is being very sparing with how much creativity it's allowed me to have access to. And I'm kind of shuffling around through things so that I'm continuing to make motion, but not, getting lost in things.
CB is just so prolific.
There's a worm from Labyrinth at Twitch.
Oh, it's the quill.
That's what they're talking about. Okay. The soundtrack to The Phantom is great, but the show I wasn't impressed by, particularly because it was yeah. Also, the stage show really depends on certain physicalities of the location, because like the most dramatic things that happen in the movie require cutaway stages and the ability to smash a chandelier into the stage. If those don't, other than that, it's just a lot of people singing at each other, and but the cutaway stages, when pulled off right, are gorgeous, and I love them. Let's see. So much. It's time. We're gonna have to get started. Mermaid Monthly. That's cool. Let's see. Where are we? There we are. 5. We're at sprint 5. Come on, brain. Don't turn off. I'm not going to need to go get caffeine. I might go get caffeine in the middle of this, at the beginning of the sprint, because my brain just had a moment of, really? Huh? What is 5?
What is 5?
It's never a good thing when my brain starts getting philosophical on me. Like, that's just not healthy for anybody, because it's just, what is 5? Is 5 a number? Is it a purpose? Is it? No, just stop, brain. Bad. Don't do this. Alrighty. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Mine may be becoming caffeinated in not too distant future. Make sure you're doing your posture check. Make sure that you are saving your work. We are going to get started on a 25-minute sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I will see you back here in 25 minutes. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. Oh my goodness, we have grown in number.
Sorry it took me so long to get here.
Oh, that's okay. It's a strange and weird day. So, at any moment now, the hubby will be coming in. I'm not even starting the talk timer because he has brought something that apparently he wants me to try and wants to talk to y'all about. So that weird fire drink. If for anybody who looked into the food channel on the Discord, that weird fire drink that they made last night, he brought it home. So
Nice.
apparently it is very tasty, and soon I will know. But if you wondered what the weird flaming thing was, where it looked like we set the restaurant on fire, that's how the drink is made. You put it in a cauldron on top of a platter, and then you set the platter on fire, and the fire from the platter causes the actual drink to heat up, and then the drink catches on fire, and then you pour the flaming drink into the cup, and then you pour coffee into the cup to cool it to put the fire out, and then you serve. It's a Louisiana thing. It's a New Orleans thing, and yeah, that's what that picture was. If anybody saw that. So yeah, had a bit of a chat about all that. So that's what I did.
Flaming drinks
What did anybody else do?
in stream.
I got some lemon tea, some Polish lemon tea. It tastes very delicious. And then I finally worked out what I was going to do in the scene where she's watching TV. So she's going to end up crying, and it's going to be delightful.
Just all of the pain I shall have. Yes. I see the fear in your eyes, Kat. You're like, if I talk, will I suddenly go away?
I edited the video and exported it.
Why are you afraid to talk, Kat?
Because every time I try, I lose connection.
It's been a running thing tonight. Like this hashtag has had so many meanings, and just tonight.
Was it the first 30 minutes I watched y'all you never cut out?
And then it started. Yeah.
And then I couldn't watch you anymore because I hit the dead zone of the mountains, and it was a thing.
Oh my goodness. So you arrived in the middle of that, so I don't expect you to have like a lot of things.
I got 2 pages read in the 3 minutes I had left. I just finally told my mom to talk to my sister because there's only so much I can handle before her autism and my frustration. Like, trying to explain something to her is so hard, and I love her to death. But there's times I'm just like, I'm gonna walk away now. Like, I love you, but no, because she's so functioning that it's hard sometimes to like not understand why she doesn't get something, to not have to remind myself.
So good night, CB, if you're still here.
Bye.
Ah.
Oh, sorry I'm late, but glad I'm here.
Yeah.
You a dog.
You're gonna do a 10K day. Is this going to be your don't starve writing challenge day?
Ooh, that would be fun.
Because I'm really curious how that's going to work.
I'm wondering how that's working so far on the first day. How are you doing?
Uh-oh. What was the dumb idea?
I put the glass right on the burn spot.
Oh, you have burn spot.
Yeah, we were talking about burns, and then I burnt myself.
You burnt yourself.
Oh my goodness.
It happened.
On the drink?
Just a little line right there.
Oh yeah. Hey.
What are we looking at? I feel like we're gonna be fancy glasses and ghetto style
It's gonna be
pouring out of a
fancy glasses.
Ooh.
ghetto jug to pour from.
That's gonna be poured from the jug. Because we can't be all fancy, y'all. I mean, it's not a thing. Like that.
I have video now, or a video on the way. So,
She keeps hitting me with my pillow. From the
Oh wow, the smell.
players.
Oh,
Shirley,
yeah.
you have pets that bug you. I have child.
Orange.
Pets. I didn't say
Oh
a
my
pet.
goodness,
I
the
said Shirley
smell.
has pets. I
Yeah.
have
Oh,
you.
This smells really strongly of like orange and coffee and like the whole room. Like
Chicory.
Break the room.
The punch that started was an infusion.
oh
He started
my,
the infusion on Monday.
oh
I
my.
can't remember exactly what liquors get mixed, but
So
it's,
now that it's gone down some, you can see the orange peel in there.
so we started. I can't remember all the liquors that were in the mix. It was a series of liquors, and then oranges and lemons and some other fruits that were infused. So the peels and stuff all went in and infused for 3 days. That
Oh my.
concoction went into the center bowl. The charger plate was loaded with 151, and then that got set on fire. The center bowl heats up enough, and then it catches fire. And then the orange with the long peel studded of cloves, you pour the flaming liquid down it. And then when it's all, after you've flamed it for a while, you take and pour, you drop the orange peel back into the bowl, and you pour the chicory coffee and syrup back into it to put out the flame.
I don't know how to
And
describe the flavor of this thing.
It's quite an intense, interesting flavor.
It is like I can definitely pick out the orange and the clove and the coffee. Like those are there, but there's so much other flavor.
Here's the
Can you send it to me
yeah.
and I can share it easier? There we go.
It's an interesting flavor.
It is a very interesting.
I tried some and I was like,
There we go.
I'm gonna just bring the rest of this home. And so then the punch gets passed. We pass the punch out for the midnight toast.
This is a video, correct?
No, this is
Oh, that's
a-
just the picture.
yeah. I haven't gotten the video yet.
Okay. So for anybody who wasn't on, who isn't in the Discord or hasn't gone over to the food tab, which is deadly right now, I'm just saying, that's what it looks like in the making.
Wow.
That's
So you
flaming
can see
liquid.
the flaming liquid in the bottom, in the charger. Zoom in. So you can see the flaming liquid in the charger, the flaming liquid inside the bowl.
Cinnamon sticks was in the infusion as well.
The orange peel with the flaming liquid being poured on top of it.
Yeah.
That is just, that's really pretty
Wow.
to see. I mean, that looks like
yeah.
some kind of a weird fantasy show.
The
Yeah.
pyro in me is loving this picture. Can I just have that as like a screensaver? I need this as a screensaver in my life.
It would make a fun flaming Christmas card.
Like I said, yeah,
Christmas tree in the background.
yeah,
Yeah.
because it does. We do have the Christmas tree back there, so yeah, that's
So
beautiful.
pretty.
That's beautiful. And I believe that picture is on the Discord. So if anybody
I'm
does
pretty sure I put that in there.
want it is there. So, but yeah, that process made an
Laura-
indescribably delicious thing.
Laura says, "Does it taste like the aftermath of the flames of 2020?"
I don't think 2020 would taste this good. Like if I had any ought against it, it's got
And-
kind of a sugariness to it.
Yeah, the very sweet, and the aftertaste is not the best. The aftertaste is almost medicinal.
The aftertaste is a little whorehoundy. So if you've
Yeah,
ever had a
whorehound.
Ricola, the aftertaste is a little
Yeah,
little-
there you go. That's
yeah,
it exactly. 'Cause
yeah,
I was thinking,
it's a little
Close to
whorehoundy.
it's wrong. It's like a
It-
Ricola
Yeah,
aftertaste, but
Yeah.
the start, the middle, the finish is great. It's just the aftertaste.
And the smell, like
Yeah.
I
And-
kind of just want to put this in an infuser and like boil it off into the room for that smell. But just
We
like I
estimated-
wish there was smell-o-vision, like that clovey coffee
Yeah.
we
orange.
estimated that this may still be about 45 proof when it was all said and done.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
really high octane.
Yeah, I can. Yeah,
I feel happy.
that's magical. So what is this called again?
This is the Cafe Brulot Diablique.
Cafe Brulot Diabolique.
Yeah, Blake.
If anybody is interested, and when we get a video, the promised video, I will definitely share it with y'all.
Nice.
But oh my goodness, you're getting a headache because this thing should not exist. Like, this is like I really don't know how to describe this, and I'm y'all know
See,
me,
I've-
I'm not one for being at a loss for words.
I've had the drink before, but I've never actually seen how it was made. So that's really interesting.
And now
Like
you-
I've been to New Orleans and I've had that drink, but I've never actually seen them making it. So you were talking about what it was. I was like, wait, what?
yeah, that's it's stunning. It is
Yep.
stunning.
We thought it was a perfect capper for a New Orleans themed New Year's Eve party.
Yeah, yeah. It was
I was
pretty.
looking at all the pictures of the other food, and it looks so delicious.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was insane.
We had an assortment of them, but a lot of it sold out. So we only had the fish and the chicken
Yeah.
make it to the house. So
Oh,
I wanted, and of course, because I told him that I would like do terrible things to like flay his skin if any of the beignets didn't make it home. And he saw the beignets on the stream last night, and they were. And so the nice thing is he has no excuse now because he knows how to make beignets.
Which, if it weren't for the fact that I made an uncountable number of beignets yesterday, I would have made more tonight just because I've got that sweet cream that I made for the peaches and cream tart and the peaches, and I thought about, if I made a beignet and folded it around that.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're getting the lazier version, the pastry tart version of it.
This
I didn't
say
take a
peaches
picture of
and
any-
cream.
I did take a picture of
Ooh.
the salmon deviled eggs.
So the salmon deviled eggs, which
ooh.
are very well done. Those are really good. A
I
little
did
bit of
the-
smoked salmon on across the top.
They also had to do the BLT for
They're
this.
magic.
For this.
We brought those to a Thanksgiving dinner a couple years ago, and the cousins, I really thought were going to pull small arms on each other over the last ones. To a point where it was just like, this was a success, but it may come at a price. And I wish I could say that would be like, oh, that's far-fetched that your cousins would pull guns on each other, but it wouldn't be the first family event where that's happened. So,
But so yeah, that's at least once every 5 years in my family.
And the BLT deviled eggs. They were also
Oh,
amazed on that.
yeah.
They're like, how did you make it taste like a BLT? Because it's a deviled egg that tastes like a BLT.
Yeah.
Looks like a deviled egg tastes like a BLT sandwich.
it's magic. So, Kate, I have to say, yes, the struggle is real. I am feeling it as well. I did have gotten some writing done earlier. I am probably going to continue doing some
That's fair
unless you want me to run off.
I'm good with whatever.
Okay.
I gotta go make
Yes,
coffee or
I put up a warning that that may have been
There's
the
no
last time.
Mando.
What?
There's no Mandalorian. When
Well,
I know your TV habits.
And it's also one of those things that, he's been very, very busy and, might want to run off and play one of the games we're playing together or something. But I have a feeling you're probably going to do Civ 6 and
Probably.
Yeah.
And
which is weird. And I have to say, the Secret Societies edition makes the game very, very. I love my little Cthulhu cultists. They're
do the whole chef thing and be like, we're having chicken nuggets and tater tots.
perfect.
Because this is the way.
I thought we still had some brisket.
We do if you want to do brisket.
I'm just saying. Like, there's
Brisket
brisket.
and tater tots.
There you go.
Ooh, yes.
There you go.
What?
Brisket and tater tots.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
It successfully broke him. He looked off into the distance in that kind of haunted sort of a way of, I have been doing this wrong all week.
And you don't just cook the two separate and eat them together. You layer the bottom with tater tots, and then you cook or around it, and you cook the brisket,
Yeah.
and then you put the sauce on top of all of it.
that would be
Yeah.
that would be
Tater
really
tots and
good.
brisket would be really good.
That would be really good.
And then I'd have to do whipped potatoes.
That's Texas style.
Oh, hey, so I have a brisket. So somebody should tell me how to make brisket.
Okay, this is very much a like Catholic Protestant kind of thing. I think that the Ashkenazi brisket is the greatest thing ever. And it's kind of, if you like the more of a sweet and sour, it's kind of a sweet and sour. It's really, really yummy. And I can definitely get you a recipe.
Another, for me, an easy decider is if you're planning on doing Texas brisket, are you cooking today for tomorrow? Do you have 12 hours at least to commit to this cook? Do you have a sous vide? Do you have like a smoker of some kind?
Sweetie,
If all that
humans
if all
don't
that
have sous vide.
complicated, then
Sweetie,
don't mess with the Texas. do
humans
the
don't have sous
Ashkenazi.
vide.
Well, no, that's the whole thing. It was an easy decider because
College student.
I will.
College student.
I have to say, we've got a 1 hour.
method.
We have a
cross
1 hour really
and
easy
an
to
oven.
make in a
Crock-pot.
pressure cooker.
Oh, yeah, pressure cooker. I'm
I
sorry.
don't have one of those.
You don't
Just
have
say yeah.
one pot? I need to get you a one pot.
That's
The
amazing.
best kinds of briskets I've ever had, even Texas style, have been either a pressure cooker or a slow cooker.
Yeah,
Slow
we-
cooker, fall
the one-
off. Oh,
Yeah.
The one that we have in there
I
is
think what
actually
my
a
parents
Fidel.
told me was it needed to be like low and slow.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's all they told me. They're like, you'll figure it
Started-
out. Just low and slow.
It's
you
like a
start
4
it
hour
one day
cook.
for the dinner next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the one that we made a very traditional 2-day brisket, which means it got cooked over 4 hours on a very low temp on day one, allowed to cool, refrigerated.
And the cool
brought-
time's 1 hour.
Yeah.
So you gotta kind of make sure
Let
you
it cool
include
for
that
1
in.
hour, then package it up, put it in the fridge, let it sit overnight. Then you pull it back up, cut it up, combine everything the way that it's going to cook, and do the final cook, which takes yet another hour.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's an
But-
hour once you put plate.
I'm too impatient for that.
It's-
If I'm cooking something,
It's
I'm eating
really
it
good.
that day.
It is a superior brisket. The other one is also very, very good, and it takes like what 30 minutes
in
a
the one pot, it
In a one
was
pot.
about 2 hours in total. It's still about 2 hours, but
It wasn't
because
that
it's
long.
the one pot cook time was an hour and 15 minutes, but
Really?
you
I
have
thought
the
it was less
15
than that.
minutes to get up to steam
No, true.
and pressure, and
Yeah.
then 30 minutes of resting and plate time, which
Well,
there
yeah.
wasn't much resting.
As low and slow as you can possibly get it, because there is so much collagen and connective tissue in a brisket that's all going to melt out, and that will make it luscious and creamy and yummy and wonderful. But if that doesn't melt out, you're going to make shoe leather.
I don't think I've ever eaten a brisket that took less than 6 hours from start to finish.
The one pot pressure cooker one that we have is really good. It's not like the superior one,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
I wanted brisket. He didn't want us to go through the whole rigmarole. It was fine. And then he was like,
Well, no,
but wasn't the other one better? And I was like, yes. And then we made the other one. And you were like, yes.
It was-
Isn't that the thing though? Once you have brisket and you're like craving brisket when you make it, if it is not good enough, not only do you crave it more, but you get pissed off that you wasted so much time when you could have been working on another brisket.
we may or may not have had a lot of brisket this week because he brought back basically the primal. So we had the whole thing. And so the first half became a quick brisket and the second half became a slow one. So we got it out of our system and then we got to savor it.
Mhm.
I got it all on sale. It was like $30 for the whole giant
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. And it's like,
I think mine's only like this big.
That's a proper size.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not
I
proper.
think I only have one. I don't know. I didn't pack the cooler.
Chef husband.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm like, this is most
Yeah.
of the underside of the cow. That'll work.
alrighty. So, do you have anything else you want to say before we run off into Spritty Land?
If I say hello. I'm pretty toasty.
He looks so wasted right now because he just had to prep over this week. He had to prep both a wedding and New Year's Eve.
Oh my goodness.
So they had New Year's Eve last night, and they did a wedding today.
It was 12
How are
hours.
you still standing?
12 hours of prepping and cooking. This is the way.
Are you leaning on something?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
sitting down. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
a chair.
I'm sitting
Yeah,
down.
there's a chair right there.
Yeah. I took the shoes off. I'm sitting. My feet are barking like mad.
The question now is, how are you going to get up?
That is part of why I'm still sitting.
Don't spill that.
No, I won't. Oh, I'm not holding it very well.
No, you're not holding that very
I'm
well.
trying not to heat it.
I know this. I get those days, and I'm just like, I could get up, or I could just sit here.
It'll take a bit, and then I'll move, and then I'll sit down again, and then I won't move again for a while.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that like it'll be better for me to be in here trying to get more writing on the stuff because you're probably going to go in there and like conk out.
That's why I was going to fix a pot of coffee.
And so there's really no point in me going in there because you're going to be
I was
asleep.
going to fix a pot of coffee, and then I pour myself a full glass, and I'm like, no.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So I'm going to do a quick glance through and see if I missed anything because I remember that one. Did I miss anything that happened in chat during our kitty chat? No, I think we're good. Whew. Something shook loose.
It's not a brisket if it's in an Instapot. It's a quick skate.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I love you, Sven.
Alrighty. So
I feel like a walking cowboy.
you are a little bit. You just need the spurs to go ching, ching, ching behind you.
Does he
I don't know if you
walk?
remember that. He said, "I'm kind of walking like a cowboy," and he
Yeah.
is. It's kind of.
Does he playing?
He looks like he's been riding the trail for quite some time.
Oh.
I make fun of Kira when she practices really hard one day, and she's like, "I'm so tired." I was like, "Do the swagger."
Ugh. It's crazy times, and luckily the weekend's coming up. So even if tomorrow is insane, we are closed on Sunday as God and the kitchen intended, because everybody needs a day off. They need to stop working. That's why every time they're like, they offer liquor licenses on Sunday now. I'm like, then no one will ever have a day off. You're right. Holy day. Yeah. Very holy day. Sacred.
To say, and the first person that says that be like, "So you're volunteering yourself to work 7 days a week? Thank you."
Yeah, I feel bad for the because I'm a hostess at a restaurant, so I'm not working right now. But they still are doing takeout, and so they worked the entirety of quarantine last time before we opened the restaurant back up, and then they worked all of that, and some of them worked like 60-hour weeks
My goodness.
Yeah.
and got
during-
like 2 days vacation.
during quarantine, because we got the PPP loan, which meant that we could actually pay everyone, which was great. He didn't want people to have to risk themselves coming out, so he was there from open to close every day and just kind of took volunteers for the people that wanted to come in and clean and cook and do stuff when we couldn't let people in, when we were in lockdown. And yeah, he was there from open to close every day. And and then people were all upset because their checks weren't as big as they wanted them to be because they weren't able to come in and work overtime. And I'm just like, can't you just we're trying here. We're trying.
Be glad you got a check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like honestly, if we hadn't gotten the loan, like we would have had to have fired most people. You know, like we made this much during quarantine because
I always say like everybody got a vacation, even those that eventually got the order that they could work because they were essential or whatever. But I'm like, my boss got to go home, or not even my boss, but the woman that was training me, she got to go home and have vacation before she retired. She got paid to stay home on vacation. I never got a day off, god damn it. Can I get a day off? You're like, yeah, the holiday's coming. I'm like, that's not what I mean.
which is what gets me really, really upset when I see people just intentionally destroying 500 doses of vaccine. Like, seriously, like, I know some people that would really like to have it because even if we got locked down again, they'll be expected to go to work. Take them to Briggs and Stratton, one of the factories that was classified as essential because they make like engine parts. Anyway,
my thing I don't understand is the 60 people that got the vaccine that was expired. Like, how do you know how effective that is?
yeah.
Do they have to get a third dose to mean 2 doses? Or do you just kind of hope that the one is effective enough? Because hopefully the guy tells you how long he left it out when they got their injection.
Yeah. Oh, Spence, you haven't heard that story? Yeah.
Yeah.
They actually got arrested today and they're being charged.
Oh, good.
Good.
Yeah. At first they thought he had just done it once, but he actually did it twice.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
I only heard about the once.
They did a breaking news on the way up to the mountains that he'd done it twice. He admitted to it today.
Yeah, they had I was watching the news just before we got onto the stream today, and they said that they had arrested him. And I can't remember what the charge was, but
yeah,
if that's not at the very least reckless endangerment, like,
yeah,
in some ways, depending on the demographics of his clientele, that could be negligent homicide.
Yeah.
Because anyway, on that happy note, I have some grim things to write.
I have someone to make cry.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's a messed up story. Yeah, it's a messed up story, and if you need to get I have not heard of.
They haven't said yet.
Yeah, they haven't said yet. It's just, it's been 500 freaking doses, and I'm just like, you know how many people like seriously, like, even if that's not the 250 people that getting a full like regimen, that's still 500 people that would have been partially helped. Like,
yeah.
How selfish do you have to be?
Yeah.
Like, I've said it, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. The problem in our country right now isn't left and right. It isn't all this political stuff. It's solipsism. It's this navel gazing, I am the only thing that matters, me, that everyone goes through. This is like why the terrible twos are the terrible twos. It's when you develop your ego, your identity, your sense of self, and you will be solipsistic for a while. The vast majority of human beings grow out of it. We have a culture that encourages it and keeps people there and living there and making them feel entitled to just push their own everything on other people. If you're not causing harm, leave people alone. It's just,
well, I think what it is like, the conspiracy theorists, this virus is not made the way viruses in the past have been, or this vaccine has not been made the way that vaccines in the past have been made. So there is a whole new set of conspiracy theory on top of the old vaccine conspiracy theories. So, like, because I'm actually really excited about how they made this one.
And I will say some of the some of the first vaccines that were made using this method were used to help bring the Ebola outbreaks in Western Africa under control. They're a way to basically fast manufacture viruses that where you literally can print the DNA and make a vaccine right away. And the fact that we were able to use it on something as terrifying as Ebola, and for something like this, that is really promising. Like this could change everything. Like this is one of those technologies that you watch Star Trek and they're like, oh, there's a weird disease going around here. Oh, look, I have a vaccine. And you're like, how the hell did they do that? This is how they would have done that. Like the technology we're developing right now.
The thing is awesome that the technology that we've now developed is on par with what our bodies actually naturally do when you eat something. So like the fact that we are at that level of technology is amazing, because that gives me actually hope for people like me who have had cancer and things like that. Like God forbid it were to ever come back. Like to be able to program things like that to help your DNA is, I love that we're that far in technology. But it also, like I said, starts a whole new set of conspiracy theorists. So,
which goes back to that solipsism of I am the only one I know. I Googled it, therefore I know everything.
Yeah.
Sweet. Alrighty, make sure that you have something to drink. I am no longer hydrating because this is like the opposite of hydration. I kind of love it, but this is the opposite of hydration, so I will have to get water after this.
Okay, so is that on the level of the absinthe of love? Of taste?
Kinda, yeah. It's up there. I really, really like those.
Is it that smooth?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no harshness to it at all. It has that kind of make your mouth tingle.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not the alcohol burn, but it's that like tingly sensation that you get from it.
See, I've had people either like it with absinthe or like say it's completely different. There's no middle ground between those two drinks. I love them both. I think they're both smooth. They're both, like you said, there is that slight aftertaste, but like, I don't know. I just had to ask since you had these absinthe the other night.
I love the absinthe. I kind of locked up.
Oh, unless it's my brain, maybe.
I don't know. I might not be here anymore.
I still see you.
Okay.
No, I don't see you, but I can see your
My screen is like completely frozen. I'm going to get this sprint started. I'm going to probably disappear and come back. I'm going to check and make sure my internet didn't just go wonky.
I thought it was me.
Did the camera go or?
Everything. I'm still everything's still frozen. I can hear you, but y'all aren't moving on my screen.
Oh, because you're the only one not moving on ours.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm going to figure this out. So I might disappear for a minute, but I will be right back. We're going to get started. 25-minute timer starting now. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. We're back. I hope. I think something locked up in the background of the computer, and that's what caused my weirdness. Anyway, everything has been restarted. Everything appears to be working.
What, locked up?
I think one of the messaging apps that I had open in the background locked up. I don't know. It didn't want to close, so I'm just going to blame everything on that.
Makes sense.
Reasonable.
It's a computer. I turned it off and back on again, and did that with every bit of equipment between me and the internet. So,
Yeah. You were only going to be gone for a minute, and I was like, that's been a long minute.
yeah, because I tested things and like nothing was wrong. Like nothing was wrong here, there, yonder, and I'm just like, but I'm looking at this and like the banner's not moving. Like something's terribly wrong. I don't know where the fault is, but there's a fault somewhere. And so yeah, I restarted every piece of equipment between me to the router to the box, like all of it, and then yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I did get some. Oh, I hate using this word because it is such a lie every time I do it. I outlined a little bit so that I could have an idea where this story is going because I thought I knew where it was going, and then it was just like, nah.
Sometimes you have to.
So, well, this is when I created this setting. This was the first story I ever outlined for it. I have been auditioning characters for it for a while, and I thought I had the characters. And so I basically pulled up all my old notes, all my old outline, started going forward with it, and it's just like, oh, no, that's not what we're. Okay, so, but this needs all the caveat of when I say I am outlining, it is this thing what I call an outline that really isn't, but it is. So, yeah, that's what I worked on. Otherwise, this is going to be people yelling at each other for an extended period of time, and nobody needs another like 5th season of The West Wing.
I'm going to have to, I have a feeling all the pictures I took today, I'm going to try my best to do some admin stuff tomorrow and figure out how to use the thing that Spence is about to use right now. So I have a feeling I might be messaging Spence tomorrow going, I can't figure this out. Just warning you, Spence.
You are on alert. Used to say a thing, what might happen. So, beyond my adventures, what else? Anybody do anything else before we get into chat?
Well, I ate dinner and then I worked some more on my outline. It's coming along quite nicely now that I've figured out what I'm going to do with that boring scene where she was just watching TV. And now I'm getting into some interesting stuff. The gallery has contacted her, and so she's gonna do a virtual tour of her studio. So it's getting exciting.
Cool.
I only technically read 3 pages, but then I also pulled up the document for what I'm rereading that I reformatted just to find out that it wasn't the document I thought it was, and then I was on the entire wrong book.
Oh no!
I was just like, man, it's been a day. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of grace here. Calm down for a minute. Went to Twitch, watched a little Abracadabra play, got myself hyped up. Yeah.
I will say this is the thing I'm going through right now is why I highly recommend people at least familiarize yourselves with the Save the Cat genres, especially from the actual book, because Save the Cat Writes a Novel is not a well-written book. I'm just going to say it. There, done. Anyway, because where I was wrong is I thought I was doing a monster in the house kind of a story. I thought the stranger who comes in was going to it was going to go a certain way. And I've realized it's actually kind of one of those, story I'm writing is much more bedazzled than it is the devil's advocate. Here, let me give you everything you ever wanted. It's much more a wish fulfillment story for the character, and whether or not that's a good idea, then terrible monster doing terrible things. Oopsie. And nice shorthands to have to figure that out with.
You know, I think there's a book coming out called Bedazzled in 2021.
There might be. There are 2 halfway good movies. The first one's okay, but oddly enough, the Brendan Fraser one I really enjoy.
Let me look through my little bitty baby book covers. I printed all these so I can put them in the month that they're coming out, in my planner, so that if they're on sale or whatever, I can. But I remember seeing it. It was red and bejeweled. Yes, it's bedazzled. Okay, not it's bedazzled, not bedazzled.
Ooh.
I knew the name sounded right. It's two different words, not one. Okay, never mind.
So I know you're supposed to keep all this stuff, but I think the name of this one is going to be Room for Shadows. I think it's going to be the name of this one. I don't know. Everything's changing. We'll see after I finish that thing. What I call, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So, what did you do, Miss Cat?
I thought about food, and then I was like, while I'm thinking about food, I should decide the food I'm going to eat for the next couple. Because I need to start planning my meals so I actually eat. Because I have this terrible habit of not eating for 2 days and discovering, hey, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Or if I have eaten, I just ate a bag of chips.
That's one of the
so
things. Yeah.
I have. I'm putting dinner first, but that's because I'd have to get it out in the morning to thaw.
Yep, that makes sense.
Or the night before. So I have dinner, lunch, breakfast, and then a snack because I've discovered I did it Monday and Tuesday. Because I actually got up before 7 a.m. So I ate something really small at 8 a.m. and then I ate something big at 11, something big at 3, and something big at 7. I felt great. And I had one plate each time instead of I'm going to gorge myself.
It depends on your body type. If that's your body type, that's the best way. I have to keep my body confused. So I'll do 3 or 4 straight days of protein and then 3 or 4 straight days of pasta and carbs because my body starts craving one and then I have to confuse it and do something else. So I can't have a routine. So there's a little bit of everything in my house because I will start craving one thing and then I have to do the reverse of whatever I'm craving because I have body confusion.
I struggle to not be that person who just tries to live on miso soup because I'm one of those people just give me a good nutrient filled broth. I'm fine. This got a lot worse when I started taking the CBD for my joint pains. My appetite just disappeared, completely gone. And I'm kind of okay with it. But I have to remember, solid food is not bad for you. You should have some solid food.
Well, and my thing is like Kat's saying about forgetting to eat. Mine's not so much forgetting. I'll get hungry and I'll be I need to eat. But then because I'm such a goal-driven person, I will go, okay, I'll eat after I do this. Oh, wait, but then I got to do this. And then 2-3 hours have gone by and I'm I never did eat.
Yeah,
oh, well, I got to drive home now.
Well, and then sometimes my stomach won't, I won't know I'm hungry.
Yeah.
In that time frame.
Yeah.
So like when I was working, like I wouldn't eat all day sometimes, and then it would get to the point where my body was like, hey, if you do not eat, we are going to puke.
Yeah.
This is your option, and you need to do it within the next 20 minutes. Like, but there would be no warnings before that sometimes. And so, like, my stomach, I can distinctly remember my stomach growling, and I went, my stomach just growled? Like, it's actually warning me before?
Yeah.
Because it had been so long, like, it had been months since my stomach had growled. Like, unless I was, it was like, hey, eat
My
now.
stomach never growls. I just get stomach pains. And then, like, if I go, like, you're talking about not being hungry, if I go that long and I'm just not hungry or I forget to eat either one, and I will actually, like, get dizzy. And within that time, I have 20, 30 minutes because that means because of my heart and my vitamin D, like, I have plummeted in either vitamin D, C, or just, like, I have nothing. There's nothing left. Like, I will pass out.
So you just have to say that is a mood. Yes.
It is a mood.
Like, yes. I feel really bad about this because I don't know what it is. Like, I've become mildly Brendan Fraser obsessed lately because I think something's in the water, because I've been watching, like, every streamer I've been watching, and like half the videos I've watched lately on YouTube, somebody has mentioned either a Brendan Fraser movie or him specifically. And like all of them over the last couple days, and I'm just like, I need to rewatch the Mummy movies. Like, that needs to be.
Is it me, or when you think Brendan Fraser, do you not think he should be in Dune?
I can see him in there a lot better than some of the actors that they cast.
Like, first off, the two names just sound like they would go very well together. I don't know why, but they do. Second off, yeah, he is better than some of those.
Don't get me wrong. I love Jason Momoa. I have had drinks with Jason Momoa on several occasions, because if you go to a convention and go to a bar and are willing to talk about sports ball or children, you too can have drinks with Jason Momoa, because he's that kind of a person. But he's awesome. He's a really nice guy. He is not. No, he is not a mentat. I'm sorry. I know that's a spoiler for a movie that they may never make, because that doesn't happen until later in the series. But you need to cast somebody who can basically play a Vulcan. Like, his character, he's playing Duncan Idaho. His character will eventually be a mentat, which means he's a living computer. He's going to be a Vulcan. If there's one, like, I don't know, maybe he has hidden depths that we've never seen on film.
I don't think, even maybe acting wise he could pull it off, but I just don't think, I don't know, as somebody that grew up loving Dune, I just don't think that he is what the author saw for that character. I don't think, no matter how well he portrays it in his acting ability, that it will be able to come across on screen right.
And I feel that way about most of the actors that got cast.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like they're going to all force it, and it's going to look really bad.
Like, Timothy Chalamet is an interesting looking person, and I understand why he got cast, because he's not bad to look at, and that's why they cast him. But I don't see him as the ruthless, homicidal killer that is Paul Atreides.
No. Like,
Paul starts a war that literally decimates and kills half the life in the galaxy. Like, none of these people are heroes. None of these people are good people. That's the point of Dune. Nobody is the good guy. Like, this is the first real Game of Thrones, except for actually written well. Sorry, I don't like Gur. But, like, none of these are good people. They all have huge flaws. And I don't.
But that's what made it good, because there was nobody, one person to root for. There was no, well, this is the good guy versus this is the bad guy. Like,
you understand why Jessica does half the stuff she does, because she's trying to keep herself and her son alive. But she literally co-ops the religion of the indigenous people to make them believe her son is a god to do this.
Gotta do. But yeah.
Like, she's not a good person. And she very clearly says, I am, like, she has moments of, like, self-reflection where she's like, oh, I am human garbage.
I am not worthy.
I am not worthy of any of this. And then you get those wonderful moments of realization where she's like, well, at least I'm better than that person. And you're like, oh, yeah, definitely better than them, but still not.
You're not that far down the scale, but you're still on the scale.
Like, no, you're not as bad as the Padishah Emperor, but
Yeah. No, me and Meadow get into these discussions about Dune all the time because she read it in school and then she doesn't like the older version. And I'm just like, I just don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel all the feels, but I don't know how they feel.
Yeah. Trying to hold back my judgment until I actually see it because I don't know. I could be completely blown away by it. But as far as like committed to film, the Sci-Fi Channel did 2 miniseries. One was based on Dune, and the second one was Dune Messiah and Children of Dune mashed together into one thing. It's like 6 1-hour episodes of each. There's like 12 in total. It is so good. It is very well done. The acting is fine. Because it, made for TV movie, but they actually kept it to the story. They actually kept the characters. They found a way to make it visually interesting without going over the top. Like they kept in like the really cool stuff, like the Bene Gesserit have a sign language. And so they will say one thing with their mouths and another thing with their hands that only other Bene Gesserits will pick up on. So while they're talking like perfectly clear English, it's subtitled so that you get what they're actually saying.
Yeah,
such a good job with that series. Like this movie has a lot to live up to because that was such a good adaptation. And adaptation is hard, especially for a book like Dune and a book like Children of Dune. Dune Messiah is every action movie that's ever been made.
I felt like that. Like you're old enough to remember. I loved the TV show Serenity.
Yes.
And so then when they came out with the movie to help the fans cope, I was just like, that just makes me want it worse. Why did you do that? Like it was very well done, and they did try to wrap up as many unanswered questions as possible. But for new people watching it, it just gave them more. And for people that wanted it to come back, it was like, now you just freaking teased me with it. Like, really?
And I just have to say, this is definitely something that should be a mini series or a series. Like, Dune has so much going on in it. Remember, the first Dune book was published as 3 separate novels. It is 320,000 words. It was 3 separate novels that were put together. It was originally published as the Dune trilogy, and we now call that book 1 of Dune. Like, these are not tiny books. There's a lot of story here.
Yeah.
With the exception of Dune Messiah, which is literally like 1 episode in between.
Just say y'all thought George Martin's books were big. Like, yeah. And
they're gonna. I don't mean this like in a bad way, but I feel like they're gonna have the same pain that Dune fans have because Frank Herbert did not live to finish the series. It was supposed to be 6 books. He died writing the 6th book. And the 6th book,
ending can be portrayed so many ways.
Yeah,
so many ways.
And his son has continued writing, and there are a lot more than the 5 books now because his son continued writing them. But it's such an interesting series. It's such an interesting idea, and you have to remember this was written from an ecologist. He was a trained ecologist. That was his job. He went around and studied ecosystems for a living. And so he was really trying to get people to think about resources and how resources work and how societies are shaped by them. And such a chef's kiss of a series. Like, I've been asked to actually do reviews of the Dune books, and I'm trying to figure out how to do it without being like, okay, here's my first 1-hour review of the first book.
I was just going to say, that would take weeks. You'd have to do like 1 day a week, like, yeah, an hour or 2 per book or per. Here you could do like a review per chapter.
You really could. You really could.
Really could. Like, there's a YouTuber I watch that does that on every episode of a show that I watch. He does a review of what he thought about it because it's based on a really good book. And he's like, in the book they do this, but in the movie they do this. Like, you could do something like that, but just like, here's what the book is, and here's what I think the movie would have. And
it is. Oh, I love those books so much. Like, you hear me talk about Tolkien all the time because Tolkien is fairly easy to talk about because he constructed a mythology. It's like talking about your favorite Greek myths or what have you, because that's what he wrote. Dune is really hard to talk about because it is a masterpiece of intertwining stories with a lot of vocabulary that you have to learn for it to make sense. Because I could start talking about the Golna for like 3 days and you have no idea what that is because it's a word that he made up. Not an easy concept to explain.
I liken the vocab in Dune to Star Wars and Star Trek. Like, there are terms you will never understand unless you're a diehard fan, and there are terms that you might remember if you've read it every few years.
Yeah. Because I will say there is a full cast audio book of the main Frank Herbert books that are amazing, where they cast a narrator who reads the narration and they cast a voice actor for each character. And so it is it is so hard thinking about them doing an adaptation because hearing these great actors actually perform the book itself. Because there are times when I'm just like, nothing matters. I will just put that audiobook on and listen to it and be like, no, great things can happen. There is a pointed purpose to all of this. I don't know that I will ever write anything that good, but I can imagine.
Right.
So, Kate got 329 words. That is awesome. I hope that means that you're out of your hard place. That would
Sorry,
be...
I didn't mean to take us on a
no.
tangent, but it's coming out and I'm so excited. And
any excuse I have to talk about it, I'm there. Like, this was one of the prerequisites before we got married. I was like, there's a list of things that you have to read. Like, I don't think I can spend the rest of my life with you.
That's a good idea. I need to start that list.
And so I made him read the Foundation series and I made him read Dune. Those are two of the ones that were on the list. He had already read the Lord of the Rings stuff, so I gave him a copy of the Silmarillion. Because I was like, I don't know if I could spend the rest of my life with somebody who has diametrically opposed opinions on these things. Like, this is important to me.
Do that. I like that.
They're great books. You have to like sci-fi. They are as science fiction gets. Because even the weird stuff in there was based off of what was considered cutting edge science in his time. Like, he invested in there. And like the deep time sense of history, like, this is 10,000 years in the future. These are humans that have gone out into space, and it's
See, and I don't understand why I love Dune so much, but yet I never really was a fan of like Star Trek and Star Wars. Like, I love sci-fi and I love space, but I think there's something about the way he wrote it where he, like you said, he wraps the history, and you can tell like he put his love of things he knew into it. There's something about that I never got reading Star Wars and watching Star Trek.
It's that moment of inspiration that I've always longed for, that I don't know that I've ever truly experienced, though at some point in the future somebody will probably say this about some weird thing that I wrote, but he was literally surveying a beach to see, because they were going to build a resort. And he just stood there looking at the crabs and the ants and all the things on the beach. And a sci-fi epic came to him. Like, he's literally measuring the tall grass on the edge of the beach and suddenly went, And a sci-fi epic came into his mind. Like, I want that moment of inspiration.
You wonder when he did that, what the first thought was. Because like you said, as an ecologist, he's probably thinking like, how will we affect this beach or this animal or this grass or something like that as he's measuring? There's
a,
always that one question that like.
there's a book, I think it's called Making Dune. I think's the name of it. I'll have to look it up. But they actually he wrote an essay that he never published that basically has all of the ideas that would end up informing his world building and stuff. That was basically, that's what he wrote when he got home. It was like this master thesis
You need to find this for me. I need to read this thing.
Yeah, it was either called Creating Dune or Making Dune, I think. But yeah, it's
Amber goes to Google now.
mildly obsessed with Frank Herbert. just a little bit. Alrighty. And Alia is one of the most interesting female characters in the history of science fiction. And that's the last thing I'm going to say. We're going to get into another sprint before this becomes the Dune show. 25 minutes on the clock.
Guess what? Starting next Friday.
Yep. This could be the Dune show. I'm so excited. I am so excited for the new channel. Just like this one's not going away. I'm still going to be doing stuff over here. It's just all my geekery I have a home for, because when I put it up over here, YouTube shows it to no one. I thought you all didn't like my stuff. And then I looked and like, it's like, we showed it to 20 people and we're done. And I'm just like, well, that's why it got 3 views. You only showed it to 20 people. Like, YouTube! Alrighty. If you haven't gotten up and moved around, do so. If you haven't hydrated, do so. If you haven't saved your document, you're crazy. Do it. Do it now.
Do it. Peer pressure.
Yes, peer pressure. Peer pressure. We will be back in 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and see you in 25. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Hello and welcome back. I think I figured out what the fun all of my planning was, and it took like almost the entire thing for me to figure it out. So I'm not going to go into detail because that'll be another like 25 minutes of just me talking. So, but I think I figured out what my flaw was, where I was like completely misunderstanding the story I'm wanting to tell. Actually was.
Nice.
And yeah, that's in some ways this might be an easier. I'm glad I'm not trying to write a grand epic novel, and I have let myself break things down into these novella chunks, because if I were looking at this in the big picture of like where I know the story's going after this episode, if you will, I would have really skipped over this part and I would have gotten it all wrong. So, yay.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing you figured it out then.
Yeah. Because it's one of those things that on its face value, it seems like such a simple proposition, right? Like, mysterious stranger who's related to a friend of yours comes into your life and basically goes, hey, I can make all of your wants and desires come true. And then does.
I have the same birthday as Tom Selleck.
At a price. So that's a very obvious kind of story, like setup, beginning. But is that actually what's going on there? And like spending time, like, because I decided to make this a story in and of itself. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. What did the rest of y'all's get up to?
I worked on my outline some more. I'm almost to scene 5 of chapter 13, so almost to chapter 14.
That's exciting.
Awesome. Nat got home. She's currently sitting out of view. See, she's currently out of view of camera.
Hello.
I see hand of waving. I wave back, though you may not see hand of waving back.
She can see the screen, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can see the screen.
There's Charlie and other people.
Yep, Charlie and other people.
Charlie and other.
We're just other people. We don't rate.
I don't know how I rated, but okay. I think it's just more familiarity because I'm always.
I read 12 pages and got a couple more characters written down.
Nice.
Trying to like figure out what every character I have in this book is so that I can help make later characters fit in there.
Yeah. That's the fun thing.
I started this for the world building, but right now I'm like, that's a lot of freaking characters.
Oh, my first like thing that I ever put out, I think in total had 122 named characters in it. Like they don't all have like major roles. Like sometimes they're just like a historical figure that's shouted out or whatnot. And I was just like, I didn't realize that until somebody was like, one of the editors was like, why don't you put together a glossary for the back of the book that has like all the names and stuff so people can look at it. I was like, oh, that sounds like fun. And then I was like, oh God, no. Like you did this to punish me. Like this wasn't like you coming up with like, wouldn't this be a good idea? This was your sneaky way of making me teach myself a lesson. Why did you do that? No, you're bad people. I don't like you no more. And he was a bad person, but we want to talk about the homophobic jackass that made me mess up my first book. This is so exciting, Spence. You had that moment of just sheer inspiration for your fantasy trilogy that you've been very slowly working on. Yeah, that is amazing. I've had like moments of inspiration, don't take me wrong, but I feel like, I don't know, it's that illusion when you hear about other people's process and you're just like, oh, like you just suddenly knew everything. No, they probably went through all of the like soul crushing heartache and pain that I'm going through too, but you don't get that part of the story because that doesn't sell the image. Which, by the way, is one of the things that I think is the best feature of AuthorTube when used appropriately, is shattering those illusions of like, I had an idea and novel. Like, this isn't The Sims, people. How this works.
Like that may give you the outline, but that's as far as you're getting.
Yeah.
Work.
Because Jason and I were talking about the other day because Apple was writing books and just like sat down, typed at his computer, put it in the mail, and it's a bestseller. And I'm like, oh, don't you wish? Like, yeah. Like, we just like sat there like commiserating for a while. Like, wouldn't that be the loveliest thing ever? You just sit and you type for a while and then you just mail it off to Magic Publishing Land. And oh, look, money is here. Isn't this amazing? Like, I didn't have to do anything for it. I just had to sit and type for just a wee little bit. That would be magic. Literally magic. See, you're coming at me with the feels here. You want to, yes, write a short story a week. I've done this. This
Bradbury doesn't know me.
This is powerful. I did this technique. This is in Zen and the Art of Writing, which is one of the books that I shouted out in the books that made me. I have done this project. It is an immensely painful and tricky thing to do. He has a wonderful technique for coming up with ideas for stories, though, that he also includes in that book that actually worked for me when I did it. Most of the stories that I came up with, which is the caveat that he tells you, you write 52 stories in a year, so you have one or two that's worth putting forward. He also says this basically in that get your 10,000 words in, your 10,000 hours in. And though he didn't have the vocabulary for that, it was just write. That's how you learn writing. You just write stories and keep telling stories and you'll start learning. But yeah, I've thought about doing another project where I actually try to do this again. Not now, though. Things what need happening. But
I still stand by what I said earlier. You should have a no start year. No more starting any
no.
stories till you finish the ones you've got. Because you have so many, and the more you talk about them, the more I like them. And you're like, yeah, I didn't finish that one. I'm like,
oh no, they're getting finished. They're just I'm switching back and forth because I'm wanting to have the entire series done before they start coming out, so I don't accidentally not finish a series. But yeah, this is my to-do list for this year.
Jesus.
These are just character notes and outlines.
Wow.
Yeah, and they will get done. Most of them this year.
yeah.
Because a lot of them are really close to being done. They just need to. I need to get, like, in the one case, freaking book 3 fixed because it had a problem. And I don't want to say it's a trilogy if
it's not gonna be.
if it's not going to be. So that's why, like, I'm like stuck on this. Like, I want to get the entire thing written, edited, and then put it out because I don't know. I'm afraid that I will not finish if I don't do that. That would be a wonderful way to do it. See, I was thinking, because I've been doing the shorts, the shorts videos. I was actually thinking of, for this channel, once I do, because I've got a couple more of these like writing tips things that I want to do, writing little 150 flash fictions and making videos out of those for those shorts, because I think that could be a fun, like, get your day started, get your brain going, because it's a 1-minute story. Like, that might be a really good way for me to get my brain going at the start of my day. I don't know, but yeah.
Kind of brain dumping story mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Just to see, because I don't know if I'm going to keep doing those things, but I had fun making them.
Ooh, minty.
people have been watching them, so that might be my next. That might be my next beverage. That sounds pretty good.
It sounds so good, but we can't have it in this house.
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. So let's say I think it's about time for us to do a sprint. And then my timer went off and went, hey!
I'm gonna have to plug my laptop in soon.
Okay.
It's telling me it's tight.
So this has the potential of being my last sprint of the evening because I said I was going to go till around 10ish my time, and the hubby's been very, very quiet, and I am going to go like see if I need to like shuffle him off the bed or like put some food in his system to make sure that he has the nutrients so his muscles don't like cramp up. I think I need to go take care of him. So this will probably be the last sprint of the evening for me. I know Tessa is streaming. Tessa usually streams forever, so I will actually ask her how long she's going to be streaming for, because if you're still looking for stuff to do. And yeah, I'm just going to get started. Let's get the sprint going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I will see you in 25 minutes. Beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep, beepity beep. Hello. How surprising to find you here. So, I actually have a short summary written of the project, and one of the best things about it is I now see, like, I figured out what's been wrong with like most of the stories in this setting, which means basically everything that I wrote last year is fixable.
That's good.
I see the path. I have seen the golden path, and I must walk it and hopefully not turn into a giant serpent cock. But just to bring this back to our Dune conversation from earlier. But yeah, so because the stories that I wrote most of last year, mixed with a couple of the other ones that I've been working on, and this one, they all happen at roughly the same time and are telling different sides of the same story. But it really does. It would be a terrible mangled mess to try to shuffle them together into one novel because there's such different parts of like the setting that it would be a real shock every time you switch POV over to one of the other storylines, which is why I'm trying to get them all kind of done so that I can like shuffle them out together in a large thingy so people can hopefully see the overarching story. Hopefully. That's the plan.
We all know the best laid plans.
Yeah, the hubby realized that my problem was the only way to tell this story is basically to Marvel Cinematic Universe myself, and basically like here's a little bit here, and oh, did you notice it added up to this? And I was like, I didn't realize that, and now I kind of hate myself just a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of the story that I came up with.
As long as it's fixable, though, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fixable now, which previously I was extremely unsure whether that was a possibility. So, yay.
That's almost like a problem in itself when you don't know if it's fixable. It's like a heart attack. And you're like, this could either go really good or this could go really bad.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here looking at like 300,000 words of fiction that's already written and going, this is so close to being like human readable. Like, and makes sense to somebody who's not living in my head.
I felt so bad for Sarah Cannon when she like checked into a hotel during Nano and she's like, I've got this story and I've got all of this I've got to add to make it work. And I don't know if I can. And I was like, oh, my heart feels it's bleeding for you right now. Like, I know that feeling.
And yeah, I am very excited. So basically, like for everybody who's not understanding, like the vampire story that feeds into this, like that's a part of this because it's basically the different cultures. Like if I were George R.R. Martin, this would be one very confusing book that would just arbitrarily start and stop every so often after, I don't know, a couple 100,000 words just went out into the world. But I'm trying to make it make more sense than that. And I'm sorry for anybody who likes his work. I got the audiobooks to force myself through them because you can't rage quit and throw a book across the wall when it's being spoken to you from the speakers in your house. I tried. Not for me. I've got friends that really love them. Not my thing. Anywho, what'd y'all do?
I worked on my outline some more, and I'm now up to chapter 14, scene 3. So I have 8,330 words in my outline. It's getting really ridiculously long.
Nice. You know, I think some people might call what you're doing a zero draft.
No, I already did the zero draft. This is like a this is just an outline. It just happens to be really long.
So you're doing kind of what Jules did. This is the monstrously long outline to fix the draft that I have so that it can we're all making our cards to shuffle together to make things better. Yay! Not alone. Anybody else want to say what they were up to before I look at the chat?
I read and tabbed another 12 pages.
Nice.
Nice.
I was fighting with the shower. It's the diverter for the water. It's stuck in the up position, so we only have a shower.
Oh no.
Oh man.
And I tried doing it in vinegar, but because we don't own the place, I don't want to try and take it off.
Yeah.
Right.
So like I tied our shower looked like a science experiment for like a night. I tied a bag full of vinegar on it. And that didn't work. And then so something said try cooking spray. So I tried cooking spray. That didn't work. So now I'm trying to figure out what else to do.
I guess you're only gonna shower from now on.
Maybe.
Except that one likes baths.
Oh, I miss the bath. I miss having the option to take a bath. Just the option would be great.
I love a nice bath with Epsom salt and bubble bath in it. I used to be allergic to bubble baths as a kid, so now I just love bubble baths.
I could see that. I just miss being able to watch my bombs like fizzle and float. And
They make shower ones.
They
I
make
saw
shower
that.
ones?
I'm
They make
not
shower
sure how I
bombs.
feel about
Yep.
that.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to try those out.
I saw that over Christmas holiday. I was like, that's a thing.
I forgot to turn my camera off. I was yelling into the other room because the hubby has had to fix a lot of plumbing over the years because the place that we bought, the restaurant that we bought, was partially built by a plumber who thought he knew better than how plumbing is traditionally done. So we've had to replace and fix most of the plumbing on our own because, having the money to pay someone. So he's learned a lot. And I was just asking if he might know how to help you. And
Without
unfortunately,
taking it off, I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
I can name like 6 things that would fix it, but without taking it off and soaking it in it, I don't know that anything
Yeah.
would work.
Like, because I tried to do the vinegar thing without taking it off.
Yeah.
Like, I should have taken it off for that part. Something said, like, WD-40. I'm like, but that's not going to last very long.
Yeah.
No, people think that WD-40 fixes everything. It's not a
It's not gonna work.
like people think.
Mind you, I only need the shower to work.
is it
until
on the
June.
faucet or is it like
Yeah,
higher
so
up? And,
here's the faucet, and it's actually on the faucet.
is there any
So-
way you could maybe spray some like Kaboom up there
I don't
to
have any.
clean it out? Because that can sometimes, if it's
Yeah, I think
low
it's-
scale.
I think it's buildup that stopped it. And
'Cause
then
that-
we didn't notice it was up when we left. So it was left up for the week we were both gone.
Mm.
Because if it's lime scale, that can eat through lime scale, and because it's a foam, it would.
Okay, do you have the older style where like since it's all built into the one, usually all it takes to take that off is a screwdriver at the bottom and it has
It
like
doesn't
a
have,
little...
no, I think this one's a twist off.
Oh, okay.
I'm not strong enough to twist it off, and I don't own a wrench that big.
Because usually the spigot part underneath it where the water comes out has like a little screw that you can just turn with a screwdriver and it will actually come off and you
Yeah.
can get to that. The older styles have that.
Yeah.
Apparently, Spence says I need CLR.
The CLR is probably
CLR,
the best option you've got right now. If you
yeah,
can't.
CLR
Yeah.
might be a good thing.
Because I don't want to have to call the office because, one, they were closed today. They're like closed the majority of like vacations. But I don't want to have to get charged for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got like spray CLR that you could put like spray into like the hole
Yeah.
itself and it would eat it. If you can't take it off, that's your best option, honestly. It's the only thing I can think of.
Shugu?
Almost everything, I will say it does.
Wow.
It's made of just about every freaking thing you can think of. But when it comes to buildups and showers, CLR has been my best friend.
Yeah. We live in the land of like super hard water, like nightmare hard water. Like part of the business is a coffee shop, and we had to buy this like crazy expensive forced reverse pressure thing to get it out because the water is hard enough here to kill an espresso machine in like a week
Oh gosh.
because of all the fine pipes and stuff that it's got to push through. Like it just scales up on the inside, and like everything has to be replaced.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper to just buy a freaking new one, and they're expensive, really expensive.
Yeah. Our well water was so hard that even with replacing the filter like every month, we still had to use CLR a lot.
Yeah.
Just even clean, just to get like the buildup in the tub and stuff. Like, yeah.
A bag of Coke.
The problem with Coke in a shower though is it will eat it away, but then
It'll be sticky.
you can't rinse it out of that hole afterwards, so then
Yeah.
it just replaces it with stickiness.
Yeah.
Like, I would have suggested that if you could have taken it off, I'd tell you that in a heartbeat, but if you can't take it off, yeah, CLR really. Yes, it does.
Yep. And we drink it.
But it's delicious.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think like, what time is it?
The only other thing I can think
Oh,
of would be
even
like, depending on how bad or how long it's been doing it, is baking soda. But
If it wasn't for the fact that I think my dad's probably in bed, I would definitely contact him because he knows how to fix everything. And if not, he can bullshit well enough that it's probably true. Like he's
Mind you,
He's
if
just
I would have known it was like that, my dad dropped me off. Or my roommate's dad is a master plumber, and he dropped her off.
Oh man.
but you didn't know that it was like this. Ugh.
call him, maybe he
I
has
take showers.
to take it off without hurting it.
Well, I don't want to have to. So I looked it up, and I totally could do it myself, based on like everything I've seen. But I don't have the stuff to properly re-put it back on.
Yeah.
Because you need to get like the new tape and
Yeah,
it's
I
just-
can
yeah.
on CLR without taking it off.
Alrighty. I hate to say this because I really enjoy Yell's company, and it's so rare that Amber's actually comes on the stream, and it's half my fault.
Working.
Between her work schedule and me forgetting to just send invites to be like, if you want to, here, just show up. Because I'm bad at it. I want to keep going, but I need to make sure that the hubby eats something before he completely zonks out. Because I know he hasn't, and he probably doesn't feel like doing anything. So,
And usually you're like ending right as me and Meadow. I'm getting home and me and Meadow are starting on Fridays.
yeah. Well, this is one of the reasons why I usually call my day around the time he gets home, but just need to change. Yeah. So I will say Tessa is currently streaming and has been for a while and is planning on going into the night. She and Jen are both going strong. So if you still need sprints and you want to hang out with somebody, they are doing that. I did not actually look to see if anybody else is streaming right now.
It's Friday, so Sarah should be, but I don't. She's probably done now because it's 8 my time.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see.
I'm so ready to get to Texas where I'm not 3 hours behind everybody.
I think says that BC Brown is streaming.
Oh, are they doing their writing a
BC
novel?
and Sacco, right? Yeah. BC
Yeah.
and Sacco, AuthorTube writing sprints. So,
Yeah.
can I grab a? I wish it would just let me grab a link real quick, and I wouldn't have to go in and
You
make
said
sound.
Sacco streaming?
BC. They're on BC's channel. BC
Oh,
and
I was
Sacco.
like, I only see BC.
Yeah. Seko is on BC's channel.
That's
So waiting
BC's
for the link in for that. Because unlike Jules, I am not organized enough to have.
I forget that they keep going back and forth on each other's channel. I was like, wait, what?
So those are the only 2 streams that I currently see going on.
Same.
So that's as good as I can do for you. I just want to say thank you all for showing up. And just a reminder, I will be continuing to do streams on Friday, but over on the second channel. I may actually do a stream Monday night on this channel for the recording of the podcast. Been thinking about that. Probably going to be a thing that's going to happen. That will also be on my other channel. Link to that in the description. I'm really looking forward to actually starting to put stuff up over there and doing a lot more of that. I'm also working on my year-end music show, which hopefully will get approval because Spotify and I have been having fights lately. If anybody would like to guest on that and contribute their favorite songs from 2020, let me know and I can try to make you a part of that. Yeah.
You mean music was a thing in 2020?
Oh yeah, there was quite a bit of really fun stuff that came out, but then again, I listened to a lot of really angry devil music, so it was like the perfect year for that.
I just listened to all my regular goth bands. I can tell you what they came out with. Anything else was like, yeah, this isn't the year for that. It's too nice.
Priest put out 2 new tracks with their new lead singer, and I have mixed feels about Mercury too. I have really mixed feelings about him. I like their first lead singer a lot better. Wish he hadn't left the band, but it's good. It works. I likes it. So, what are your 2 favorite songs for 2020? Oh, Key, hello. I am so, yes. We are just actually closing up. I put in links to Tessadine and BC Brown, who are currently streaming. I don't know how long BC is streaming for, but Tess is going to be going later if you are looking for sprints. Let's see. Ooh, I will have to check those out. I have not heard either one of those.
Neither have I.
So,
Me either. Because I know Red came out with some new songs I was like excited about.
Oh, BC is just about to end.
Oh, BC's just about to end. Well, I know because I actually asked Tessa because I knew she usually streams like forever like I do. So I wanted to ask if she was going to be streaming. So let's see.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes left on her sprint.
So Walk by Saint Chaos.
And Thin Mints by Evan Cromit.
For 5 minutes.
Oh, I think I might have a spray bottle that I might be able to put vinegar in this bottle and spray it up into the faucet.
Might be enough to knock it loose.
Maybe.
Well, you'd have to spray down into the hole because the faucet is built separately from that. Like it's a closed thing from the...
No, the valve is in the faucet.
Oh, okay.
Like, according to all the things I've seen, it's in there.
Well, like the valve that it hits is, but your buildup is probably on the other side where it's hitting it. Because it has to grab...
I'm hoping I can get it enough to...
Yeah, I try maybe both ways. Like, spray down into it and up. Because either the valve is stuck or the push is stuck grabbing it. So...
Use a toothbrush. I'm not afraid.
Let's just say, depending on how tight the actual interaction between the 2 pieces are, if you had something like a nut pick or a jeweler's pick that you could get in there and awe, really, really tiny screwdriver that you would use to fix your glasses, that you might be able to like scrape just a little bit around in the circle and get it able to be plunged, get it to move again.
If not, there's always just force. Just
holds the thing with a hammer. It cut me
Ooh.
when I tried to mess with the thingy, grip it to try and push it down. The underside of the thing cut me.
Ooh.
Oh. Hope you have
Of
your
the,
tetanus
of
shot.
the thing that you have to push
Yeah.
down.
Mm.
Which is why the first night I quit messing with it.
Well, hopefully you can figure out something to get it to work. Because as somebody who's been forced to live in a world where there's just showers because I'm 6'1" and bathtubs are tiny, I miss baths. I miss just being able to like sit in. I miss it. I miss it so much.
It's bad when your bathtub's the size of something you'd wash a dog in at a freaking.
Oh yeah. Our bathtub is, I think, it's only like 3 foot by. It's like it's tiny. It's teeny tiny. Like it's a token. It's there to collect water from the shower, so it doesn't go out into the rest of the room. But they made the walls high enough so visually, aesthetically, it looks like we have a bathtub, but it is purely for aesthetics. It's not for human use. Like children would fill this bathtub up. Like it's
That's tiny.
I remember when we put the same tub in our pop-up. Like when we rehabbed our pop-up years ago. I was like 6 or 7. I was like, this is really small. If I'm thinking that it's 6, I just like had the wild hair of like remembering that a couple days ago. I was like, if I only knew how small then. What my parents felt how small it was.
yeah, Key. That's what we're thinking. That it's hard water deposits, and we're trying to figure out how to get vinegar into it
Yeah.
Yeah.
without taking it apart.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we lived close, Kat. I'd just be like, yeah, I'll be right there. I've got all the stuff you need right in my cabin, in my camper.
Yeah, I feel that. Okay, I know you heard words. You're a smart dog. All right. No, she's literally at the door to the office, staring at me, moaning because I said I was done, and I'm not done yet. Like, I don't really control my life. She does.
He had a good idea.
That
Turkey
doggy.
baster.
that doggy. What?
He had a good idea. Maybe a turkey baster.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That might work. I'll have to get it.
that is an interesting idea.
Yeah, if you can't find your spray bottle.
Oh, it hasn't shown up on StreamYard yet.
Yeah, it doesn't show up.
Yeah.
There it
If
is.
she-
Yeah. Hypodermic. Not everybody has this laying around.
That's why I was thinking, like, if you could at least, like, if you could chip some of the scale away with, like, a really small something
Mm-hmm.
and give it a foothold to start dissolving.
Yeah.
I don't know. Alrighty. Thank you all for being here. This has been a lot of fun. I'm glad that I you were here as I saved like all the work that I did last year that was not for nothing. Yay. Yay. This is such a good feeling that I just want to like rest in this for a while. Like, yay. Like I said, I will have new streams on my second channel next week, and I will still be doing the Wednesday streams here on this one and over on the Twitch, because I'm going to be mirroring everything over on Twitch until I get to a point where, who knows? I've actually got up to 30 subs over there. So if I can get my subs up and I can get more people watching over there.
30 followers.
Yep. I'm up to 30 followers over there, and I've noticed a lot more people commenting from over there. So who knows? My streaming I may join Kat over in the land of Twitchlandia.
I'm not gonna lie, I like going onto Twitch and making comments and seeing who knows it's me, since it doesn't say Amber Crafted. That's the unknown series. Like, who's read my books or knows me enough to know that's like what the original
Me
name
has
of my series-
never read your books, but Like,
I said one or the other. Like, you either
Like,
know.
I
my
think
book-
you invited me to a Facebook page.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like that's Amber.
Because it was funny, like the first time I did that to somebody over there, they were like, I was commenting on both and letting them think it was two different people. Then I got on like 2 weeks later. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, that was me.
That's me.
All right, there we go. Finding my branding thingy for the out. Alrighty. As I like to end everything, because there's so many things in this world that we need to continue to be focusing on and finding ways to work through them, especially now where a lot of it's starting to get papered over and really bad things are happening in the world. Black Lives Matter, Black Trans Lives Matter, trans identities are not only valid, but need to be supported in law, because our rights are being taken away from us, and that is a very scary place to be. And it's worse in the UK right now, but we're not too far away from where they're at. So if you can do anything, be loud, be proud, at least be a thorn in your congressperson's side about it, because they don't like any bad letters coming in. So if you send a letter, if you send an email, if you call them, it shows up on their report, and that makes them get worried because they do look at those numbers. So if you can speak out, speak out. And until next time, may you have the courage to ride your dreams into reality. And don't forget to have the fun. Bye.
Bye.